But Taz, we are starting our next television journey. Now, this is first, and I think after the Credits history, that we are doing a singular show a second
Yeah,
time. I have gone
revisited.
through. Oh, I have gone through all of X-Men '97. Me and Garth
Okay.
talked about every episode for like 2 hours straight. So with season 2 upon us, and you having never seen it, I was like, I'm gonna take the opportunity
Yeah.
to do the semi-weekly journey, not the full journey. I
Yeah.
think we're gonna be speeding it up a little bit than how we did it previously.
Okay.
But I've been very excited. I've been kind of jumpy all week. I very early on in the week, I put it on and I was like, oh, I can't wait
Thank you.
can't wait to talk about this. And I'm very curious. And like, I was kind of worried because I know you started it like a while ago. Like you did like half of the first episode or something.
I did.
And you said you didn't like it that much then. And I was like, oh no, no.
So here's the thing. I don't know what was going on at the time. Like I was watching it and I was like, I just can't get into it. It's slow, whatever. I'm like, I'll come back later. Like I guess I just wasn't in the mood to watch it at that point. And then before I started watching it, you were like, hey, actually, watch the finale for the original show again, and then go into watching the first episode of '97. And boy, was that the right choice because I forgot. I forgot how the original show ended. I watched that show so long ago. Like did I watch every episode? Probably not, because I watched it like randomly on TV and stuff like that. Like I remember bits and pieces and things like that. Of course, I remember the theme song and everything, but I don't remember where the show ended off. I forgot that Professor X got assassinated, kind of. Like I didn't remember that happened. Very big like emotional end to the original show. Also, anybody else who's watched it recently, maybe it was just a glitch on my end, but the audio for that original show sounded very weird. Like it sounded very tinny. I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, watched that, got kind of a good context of what I was going into, pulled up X-Men '97, and then instantly hooked. I was just like, number one, just like the visuals. Like I'm sure everybody said this, but like the slight remix to the theme, amazing. Visuals look incredible. It feels just like the original show, but just how you like basically it's what you remember the original show looking like as a kid.
Sure.
But now it actually does look that good. So we kind of like spend that first episode kind of picking back up like where all the characters are. I think it's what a year time jump since Professor X's assassination. Like he gets taken to some random alien planet, but he's like gone for all intents and purposes. And kind of the X-Men are left to pick up the pieces. You've got, of course, your big story going on with Cyclops and Jean Grey. They're having a kid, and thinking about potentially leaving the team and everything like that. You've got a smaller story with this kid who gets kidnapped, and there's stuff with a Sentinel and all of that. Like, yeah, so it's a very fun kind of like first episode, kind of again reintroduce you to the team, see where everybody's at, give you a nice big like action set piece and everything. And then kind of the big cliffhanger at the end of that first episode is Magneto's back, and it seems like in Charles Xavier's will was to have Magneto come in and continue his work with the X-Men and, pursuing mutant equality and all of that, which was a big bombshell. That was not expected at all.
Did you know that going into the show that he would be leading our team?
No, I didn't know that Magneto was going to be a big part of it, which is great. Dude, I love Magneto.
That was the whole pitch. Like when it was first announced, it was like, in the show, Magneto will be leading the X-Men. It's like, what? What does that mean? And like, how does that work? And it's such a good way to like collapse that final episode, having the theme. Like I think that episode title is "To Me, My X-Men," and obviously you have the big moment of Cyclops and like landing and like reclaiming that term from Charles of like "To me, my X-Men," which is that whole sequence is fucking.
Oh yeah, they're just like aura farming the whole time.
And then you have like the switch of it of like "To me," as in like a will, my X-Men.
Yeah.
It's such a perfect ending to the first episode. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy crap, that's crazy. I also think this like the first episode is so good For just kind of like getting you back into like the groove of things. Like,
Yes.
like I tell people, I don't think you necessarily need to have seen that original show because I think
No,
the crew
not at
did
all.
a good enough job. But I am glad you did watch the final episode because I do think the one thing you should know is just like
Is the context of like where's
Charles.
Charles? Yeah. Well, I think that was part of my thing too when I watched it that first time. I was like, what the heck is even going on? Like I was like, there's so much stuff. It was like it felt so random. Like it didn't feel it just obviously it felt like you were jumping into a story that was already in progress. It felt like I opened a book on page 173 out of like 500. So it didn't make much sense.
Okay. So I'm very glad that we had you do that. Also, I also
yeah,
think
pretty much short car.
I also think like that final episode is also a good like, hey, if you haven't seen any episode of the original show, that one's not bad either. Like
it's good.
It goes through like Charles's and Magneto's main thing, and like you even end the episode with him going through every member.
And like being like, oh, I'm proud of you and this and that. Yeah. It was like cartoon, like this cartoon from the 90s is making me cry. Like, what the heck's going on here, man?
And they got canceled. Like, that wasn't supposed to be the end. They were just like, well, it's over, I guess. And people
they weren't selling enough toys?
Possible. I don't know. Like, like I think that's a pretty decent ending for what they had. It's a very bittersweet ending, but also like it's
I think it worked. I think it worked.
Yeah. It's crazy. And so coming back 20 years later, I know like Kevin Feige, when they had to pitch it to Kevin Feige, they were like, okay, you have to keep most of the cast members. You have to reach out to all of them, see if they'll come back. And you have
so how much of the original cast is back? Like, I couldn't necessarily pinpoint if there were any differences. Like, everybody sounds pretty...
Everyone came back, from my understanding, except for the Jubilee actress.
And her design's a little different, too. Even
Remy's actress, or actor, I should say. Gambit actor as well.
Yeah. Okay.
But I will say, keep an ear out. They both make appearances in the show. They were too old. Like, their voices changed too much.
They still
implemented them into the show itself. So.
Cool. Cool.
We can get into that as we go through the season. I don't think they appeared yet, but
and I pretty much know nothing about the show. I think there's one thing. I know. Okay. But I'm not gonna say it. But I just gotta wait. Once it does or doesn't happen, then I'll say that if I knew it or not. But also, whether I know it or not doesn't mean that it won't surprise me if and when it happens.
Apparently, Cyclops also is a new actor. I was not aware of that. I did not know he passed away. So rest in peace.
Okay.
But yeah, no.
They all sound very, very good, very close.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think the only one that like ever bothered me whatsoever, I think like Beast is like slightly different, but again, it's been 20 years. Like their voices are going to shift and sound different.
Yeah.
I think the ones that don't sound different are insane. Like Wolverine sounds exactly.
Well, it's kind of funny. It almost throws me off that it's not Steve Blum as Wolverine.
Sure. Is that Evolution?
Yeah. Or like he and also Wolverine in the X-Men.
Wolverine and the X-Men, gotcha.
Yeah, but he voiced him in a lot of things, though.
Steve Blum is fantastic. One of my favorite parts about this pilot as well. I guess you can say, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the show as a whole, and you'll see this as we kind of go through the season. One of their main priorities was making sure people knew how cool Cyclops is. That's one. I
will say he is actually pretty dope in this one. What does he do? Awesome. What does he do in that warehouse where it's like, oh no, you knocked my visor off. Whatever will I do?
Don't do it. Psych.
I'm like, did he just like murder these guys? What the heck?
The way he
and the whole building just like exploded.
The way he will move himself around with his visors. He's going from here to here. He's ducking. He's moving along, and then of course, him diving out of the airplane and making himself fucking
I was like how is he gonna I thought for a second there, I was like, oh, he's like prepared for anything, he's got like a wingsuit or something like that. Nope. He doesn't need a wingsuit.
It's so cool. It's such a I think this episode is such a good pitch if you don't even like X-Men. Just be like, hold on, watch this scene real quick.
Well, for anybody who's like going into like, even if you go into Doomsday or something like that and you're like, oh, I mean like Cyclops is kind of a poser or whatever, like I didn't like him in the movies or whatever, just watch this and you're just completely change your mind on Cyclops. Like he's actually cool.
I mean, I say that to anyone about the X-Men, just like in general. If you're like, I don't like the movies, forget the movies. This
Yeah.
like this is, and like you don't even know the full extent of this yet. But this is the new golden standard for me for the X-Men,
Okay.
and how the MCU has to somehow live
Yeah.
up to what the
And
show.
this is what, 10 episodes?
10 episodes, yeah.
10. Okay.
And
Cool,
then
cool,
2
cool.
and 3 are already coming, so we'll have at
Yeah.
least 30 by the end of the run or whatever.
Nice.
Um,
But
but
speaking of 2, is there anything more to talk on episode 1 before we move into number 2?
yeah, I think like episode 1 is pretty straightforward. Obviously, Roberto is introduced in this first episode. He's not in episode 2. Did you like Roberto? Were you a fan?
Oh,
of
I mean, I thought he was
Yeah.
interesting.
Okay.
Like he didn't seem like a character that I would need around more. I feel like he's like, oh, one episode character, cool. Like maybe he'll come back, maybe he won't.
Yeah, from my understanding, he's Sunspot from the comics. I know he's been in some of the stuff. I think he's in like Evolution and stuff like that as well. But yeah, we're gonna. I really like him in this first episode, in particularly though for Jubilee's interest, because Jubilee is the introduction character in the first episode of the original show, and I like that now Jubilee gets to be the Storm and Jean figure, or like the Storm and
I see.
Rogue figure of like, hey, welcome to the team, you might like it here. Jubilee also did not want to stay when she first joined the team and tried to run away. Like, I like that.
Well, it's funny seeing that because they made Rogue that character in those original movies. Of like the know the brand new it's like it's such a interesting swap to see that, and like obviously I know they did
always,
that
sometimes
it's always
Kitty, sometimes it's Rogue, sometimes it's Jubilee. It's I thought it was very cool. But yeah, I think the first episode is just kind of like setting the status quo and doing stuff, and they aired both these episodes together, and I think that was a very, very, very good part on their call, because while the first episode is fun,
second episode 2 great, dude.
episode 1, I was like, yeah, that it's like more of X-Men again. That's awesome. That's cool. And in episode 2, I was like, oh, they did something special. Like, they are cooking on another level that I was not.
Now we're cooking with gas
whatsoever. Episode 2, holy shit, I love episode 2. So what was your thoughts on the second episode?
Well, number 1, Magneto's just design
awesome.
is immaculate. Like 10 out of 10 would wear that as my Halloween costume for sure.
Absolutely.
Like he's great. I think, again, I really like Magneto. Like I like, Ian McKellen. I love, Michael Fassbender, Magneto, but like this is dope. Like, imagine putting Michael Fassbender in that suit and give him, like, the long, flowing hair and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's so cool. And I also think it's kind of funny seeing Magneto trying to be a good guy. Like, it hurts him to, like, not kill people and to try and be good. But it's also so, like, so heartwarming to hear him talk about Charles and their friendship and, him explaining why he has the helmet and,
I love
like
that
kind of that little conversation with Rogue and stuff like that about like, oh, part of the reason why he wore the helmet was so that because he knew that if Charles knew, how he felt or whatever, that he would, help, change his mind on things. And it was heartwarming to hear about that friendship, but also kind of sad in a way too, because he knew he couldn't make his friend proud in that way, because he was, he felt like he walked a different path where he had to find a different way to do things. And it's cool and, again, sad at the same time that it takes Professor X's death to force him to change and be like, oh, well, maybe Charles was right about something. And this episode is his trial. Is basically the United Nations comes and nabs him for crimes against humanity, and is like, all right, Magneto, you're getting put on trial here for all the crimes you've done. You're a mutant and you're also a villain, so we're gonna make you pay for those crimes now. And it was a fun kind of like moral dilemma too of the team being like, is he telling the truth? Does he really want to help? Why would Professor X, ask him
Why would he do this?
to lead? Why would he do this? Why would he have him lead the X-Men? But also, if Professor X put this in his will to have Magneto lead the X-Men, he was, Professor X was never wrong, so he had to, have done this for a reason, so we kind of have to respect his wishes. So they go and, go to this UN proceeding. You hear Magneto talk about, mutant equality and rights and all of this stuff. And of course, it is massive parallels and, poetry to certain things going on in real life and in history and present day and all this. Of course, all of those analogies are always and forever present in X-Men stories, and
Absolutely.
I think it's great to have something like that is always so culturally relevant, I guess is the best way to put it, right? It is you can have mutants and mutant rights and all of this be an allegory was the word I was looking for things going on in our current day-to-day society without feeling so heavy-handed about certain things. Is like it's a fun way to talk about it without actually talking about it, but giving you the same idea.
There was a huge, obviously this goes into every pop culture thing that happens now, but going into season 1 of the show, there was such a huge outcry of like Disney made X-Men woke. X-Men's woke now, and
X-Men has always been
literally the wokest IP that's ever been created.
It's literally the meme. It's like, wait, X-Men has been, is culturally relevant, always has been, right? That's the whole point.
Like
that's the whole. Think about he even says it in this episode. Think about Magneto. He went through one of the greatest tragedies in human history because of where he was born and what he looked like, to then being a mutant and then going through the same things because he was different. Like it's always there, which is an interesting question to bring up for when we get Magneto and stuff like that in present day in the MCU, is how will they change that? Because it would be very tough to make him a World War II survivor.
I think you just make part of his powers that he doesn't age. I think that's what you should do. Just make him like 100 years old or something. I think just make him old at this point, whatever.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't say this is among my favorite episodes of season 1, but it has some it has some of the best moments in the show, in my opinion. Every time Magneto talks in this episode, it's poetry. It is poetry. I want to look at the script for this episode. And it has maybe my favorite line of the whole show when he goes on his whole spiel of bigot and all this stuff, and it's like, don't let me let you down. Gives me goosebumps every time I hear it. It is fantastic. I like him putting himself out there, being like, listen, I know I've done this shit. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I am trying. I am trying to put this aside and see what you just did here. I'm going to let this go, but I need you to let this go too and give me a shot. Don't make me let you down. It's such a good line. It's so good. And then, obviously what causes the scene is probably one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the show is Storm getting shot. Storm getting her powers. Happening what happened to Storm this episode is heartbreaking. Her being like, I can't feel it. I don't feel the wind beneath my fingers. It's her actress,
and she sacrificed herself for Magneto of all people.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so Storm coded. Storm is the GOAT. And we didn't talk about this in the first episode, but I think they set this up perfectly because I binged all of the first show in prep for season 1, and one of my biggest issues of the original show is they never let Storm do Storm shit. Like, Storm is an Omega level mutant. She is a badass. She is one of the most powerful Marvel characters. She could cause she could fix almost every mission that they go on by herself. She's so overpowered. And episode 1 really let it show. They were like, oh yeah, we didn't get enough of Storm. Well, let's show you what she can do. And she just destroys just all the Sentinels, and she turns the sand into glass, and she does all this shit, and she's so good. And so when that happens in episode 2, when the thing that happens, it's gut punch. It's a big moment of just like, holy shit, this has stakes. This world has consequences for what it's doing. It's fantastic.
It is, and I think too is having the other side of the story going on at the same time too, which is the super mutant baby being born too. I think that makes it just another
he's
big...
coming. Who? Apocalypse? No, the baby.
No, get in the car.
So fucking good.
Wolverine is just like driving. Oh man! And then they get to the hospital, and the doctor's like, "I'm not operating on a mutant." And then they're like, "All right, Rogue, zap his powers. We're gonna do it ourselves."
One of the coolest things I've seen. Rogue do. I love that stuff so much. That's such a good use of her powers. Of just like
it is. Well, it's interesting. Like Rogue is so powerful in this. It's like I forget how much they nerfed her in those movies, and like how powerful of a character she actually is. It's like, oh yeah, she could fly, she could do this, she could do that, and it's like, oh yeah, like Rogue is actually really cool.
I don't know how much of that original show that you watched, but one of the bigger episodes for Rogue is her flashback when they show that she permanently has Captain Marvel's powers. Like Captain Marvel in canon is in a coma still because Rogue absorbed all of her powers and stuff like that. Like she's full, like she has Captain Marvel and then other stuff on top of that still.
Yeah.
So she's OP as fuck. And yeah, the movies have never even got close to showing her level of range as a character. Like it is just and maybe we will here. We'll see.
Nice. Well, they do, and then again too, threw me off. But again, I have to remember this is a different thing. Is that like history with her and Magneto? Like, what the heck's going on there?
I was going to ask about that.
And Magneto kind of like neutralizing her powers to like of absorption, I guess, like some sort of like reverse reverse magnetism or something that he's pulling. So like, what's going on there? And then that's making your boy Gambit a little jelly. So
watching this episode, I guess that's a thing in the comics, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the hell is this? That's a comic.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that
either, and I was like, what is this? I was like,
so here's my thing. Most of my X-Men knowledge is from the animated series and the movies, right? Is like all these animated series, like mostly too, is like I watched the original 90s series a bit, but it was mostly like Evolution, X-Men Origins Wolverine, and all of those kind of X-Men shows and stuff like that. And then again, obviously too, the movies and stuff. But very, very little actual comic knowledge when it comes to X-Men and like Fantastic Four and stuff like that. Again, I have a lot more DC comic knowledge than I do Marvel comic knowledge. Like I research things in Marvel comics when they come up, but I don't actively like seek it out a ton.
I think X-Men is like the Marvel thing I want to know about the most. Like it's the thing I love the most that I don't know about, and that hurts me, but also it makes this show fun because I get to be like, okay.
Like I mean, I know of big things that happen in the comics and stuff like that, but also too, where are we with the Phoenix story? Like, did that happen in the original?
Season 3 is all about doing Phoenix, so she's gone through Phoenix and Dark Phoenix at this point.
Okay,
but I'll say they dabble in it a little bit this season, like
well,
like that.
Well, I told you is after I finished, I guess I did also see the cliffhanger of 2. I did start the beginning of 3. I will say that I didn't get more than like a minute or so in, but I needed to kind of know like what the heck was going on here. So
that
I did start it. I'm excited to watch 3 and 4 for next week.
An insane cliffhanger. Absolutely insane. Like, wait, you just had the baby. There's Jean right there. There's Jean right there. What the heck is going on? What are we doing here? It's a great way to end you off on like and again, this was the like season 1 premiere. Like this is like we saw these back to back.
This was a 2-episode premiere,
Perfect premiere. Perfect. Like I need to come back for next week and see what happens. We gave birth to Nathan Summers, right?
Yeah.
Do you know about Nathan Summers as a character? Or are you kind of in the?
I mean, yeah, I know he's a very powerful character. That's all.
Do you know which character he is in the comics?
It's Cable, right?
Okay.
Is it? Yeah.
I Well, I wasn't sure if I should
Yeah,
keep
I was
that.
gonna say, I was like, I could be wrong, but I believe that's Cable.
Yes.
Well, and because we've already also got Bishop is time traveler as well,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They did a lot with Bishop. He wasn't a regular in the previous show, but
Yeah.
both Morph and Cable were bumped up to regular members of our team in this show, which I really
Oh, so
like.
so what you're saying is we will actually see Cable.
We already did.
Well, yes, but the baby.
I mean, not Cable. I meant Bishop. I meant Bishop and Bishop and Morph were.
Oh, okay, okay. I was gonna say, did you just give me a little spoiler there? Okay,
I meant Bishop got bumped up from not being regulars in the original.
Okay.
Which I love Morph.
I'm watching you, Morgan.
I think Morph is a great addition. Morph is literally our cameo character.
Yeah.
He just gets
his powers are interesting. So he just changes into a character and he just has their powers. So he's just rogue without having to zap the powers?
I think somehow. I think most of it's like if the powers are more so physical, then he can't. Like he can get like Wolverine's claws, but he can't get like the adamantium claws or whatever. Like, okay. He can.
Right. So basically Mystique.
It's kind of Mystique, yeah. Although it's very phasey. There's times where I'm like, you shouldn't have that power. You know what I mean? It's sometimes like they get very like wiggly of what he.
It's very situational.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, I let it slide, but like he literally is our cameo character, and we'll continue to see that as the season progresses. Cool. But I like that. I don't know. Again, I don't know how much of that you remember from, that original show. But Morph like dies in the first episode of like the animated series, and then he comes back halfway through. He wasn't actually dead. They found him, and then at the end of the season, like he comes back to help them at the end, like you saw. So, yeah, I don't know. So I like that they got to promote him, and like one of the things they said going in is they wanted to make him a good like non-binary representation for people, and I thought that was a really cool thing where he has the more like plateau aesthetic where it's not
they changed it from the at least what I saw in the finale of the original show. Correct. Yeah,
he still has that look sometimes, but
but it's more so just like that blank kind of like almost like a chameleon,
which I think he looks awesome. I think he looks really cool. I think that was a fantastic decision on his part, and obviously making him and Logan buds, I think, is a great call as well.
Well, I like him at the end, like bringing the what is it, beer and chips and stuff. And he changes into Sabretooth.
What up, Duck? How's it going? His powers Mimic is a weaker version. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. He can use some stuff to a point, but it's not like he's never going to be as strong as like Colossus, like we saw in like episode 2. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. You think we're done with Storm, or do you think we'll see her again this season?
Oh, we'll see her again. I think her story is kind of going on like a self-discovery journey. You know what? I'm gonna throw out a random theory. I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up in Wakanda. Because they might have technology that could help her unlock her powers. And also it would be a place that would be accepting of mutants. So let's go there. Let's throw that theory out there. I'll throw my hat in the ring with that one.
I love the Storm and Jean dynamic.
That like sister dynamic is very cool.
Very good. I thought the scene where she's just being very open and honest of like, sometimes I hope he's a human, so he or she does not have to go through the burden I went through. I thought that was such a real and mature scene. And then Storm goes through her like, yes, but being a mutant brought me to you, and it's why I'm special, and it's who I am, and you would never want to take that away from your child, which is such a great foreshadowing to what happens at the end of the episode of just like, oh, well, if I'm not a mutant, then what am I? And who am I? And like, my name is literally Storm. Like, I think
her literally walking into her room and then getting startled by the thunder and lightning outside.
So
great.
Good.
Nice little touch there. Nice little touch there.
she's never been scared of lightning before because she's always felt it before it would hit. Like she knows when it's coming. It's so good. That's such a good, just piece of writing that you just put in there. And then, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of characters in here. Do you have a favorite so far? Are there any individual character stuff that you want to bring up before we?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, of course, I think my favorite very easily is Magneto. Yeah. I think my most intriguing character is Rogue. And I think the honorable mention secret MVP has got to be Cyclops. Yeah, I think Cyclops. those are my top 3 right now. But everybody's been great so far. Everybody's been really good so far.
What do you think about them wanting to leave?
It makes sense. It makes sense, but they're never gonna leave. You just can't. Like, once an X-Men, always an X-Men. They're not gonna leave unless they die.
Right? Like at the end of episode 2, they're like, "Well, I guess if Charles trusts you,
they're not gonna."
Maybe they'll be gone by of the end of next episode. You don't know.
Nah, I don't think they will.
Especially with this like weird,
especially with this random like Jean Grey clone or whatever the heck she is. So
yeah, they're also down a Storm, right?
They are down a Storm.
Storm would have been my like in that moment before Magneto shows up to be like, I am here. My vote would have been Storm to take up the mantle as leader.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually think she's the only one for like not Logan, not Jubilee.
Yeah, well, it is also interesting seeing a Wolverine that's just like not Hugh Jackman, and he's just kind of there. Like he does some stuff, but he's not.
He's a supporting character. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's weird.
Good. I think it's
yes.
I won't spoil things to come, but I think letting him have the backseat and letting Cyclops step up was the greatest thing this show could have done. I think that was very important.
Yeah, because I mean, with X-Men, technically the main character or characters should be Cyclops and Jean Grey. Like those are the two main ones.
Yes, Omega. Yes, Scott was fantastic in the show. Fantastic. But don't fear. There's still some very, very good Wolverine stuff incoming. Some great scenes, some great moments, stuff. Yeah, I think that's it for now. I think I had a lot of more theories the first time I watched it, but I can't fully dive into it this time just because I know what's coming.
I know something you don't know.
I know a lot of things you don't know. So, yeah, that's very exciting. I'm excited for you to dive into the season. I think next week we will be tackling episodes 3 and 4. 3 is very good. I will say 4 is my least favorite of the season.
Ooh.
But that's just because the bar was set in the show.
Okay. So not that it's a bad episode, it just is your least favorite.
It's one of the I'll say this, it's one of the weirdest templated episodes I've ever seen in my life. I call it confirmed. Can you be 2 places kind of at once?
I can't do a German accent, so that one's out the window.
Clone then.
At least not a good one. Oh, there you go. Could be a clone.
Could be.
Hey, you know what? Mystique's had multiple kids before, so. Yeah. Oh, actually, I hope I'm not that other asshole. That other kid's kind of a dick.
But yeah, it's gonna be kind of a chiller stream today. Obviously, our main topic is going to be X-Men '97 as we're taking Taz through the series. This was the week. This is like the main reason I wanted to do this kind of rewatch with you, Taz, because I was like, I want to talk about episode 5 again. I legitimately one of my favorite episodes of television, probably of all time.
So good.
So
we will remember it forever.
And I don't think you were spoiled for what happened in it. Like the way you were talking, you
so I knew one thing going into it, and that was like the big death of the episode. But outside of that, I didn't know like how comic booky they were going to get with everything. So, and it just one thing after another. Like really, when they started the clone storyline, what was that? Like episode 3 or 2?
It was the end of episode 2. When
end of 2, beginning. Well, really, like episode 3 onwards was kind of like the big stuff. And then what was it? Was it 4? That was the one that was the like the split episode, right?
Yeah.
It was the half and half, which like take it or leave it. That one kind of
it's quite easily my least favorite episode of the season. It's the only episode I don't love.
But even then, I I wouldn't say that episode's bad necessarily. I
Not
think they
bad.
just
it just wasn't as interesting. I think as everything else because of all the craziness going on around it.
Yeah,
it
stands out.
comparatively
Yeah.
makes it lesser. But
Like on my
not to,
rewatch, it's probably the one I'm least excited to watch.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think they did the split because like the whole the Mojo story on its own couldn't take up one episode, and doing the whole life death storyline all as one might have been a little bit too long. Now, granted, it does feel maybe a little off to have that Storm storyline start in 4, completely halt for episode 5, and then pick right back up.
Yeah.
Never mind.
It had a few weird pacing issues for me.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
I have to remember Taz hasn't seen any of this yet.
yeah.
I should say up front, and we can actually just start with X-Men since we're already here and it's already going that way. But I will say, no spoilers post episode 5.
Also, if somebody slips, I don't mind. Like it's not a big deal. That's on me that I haven't seen it fast enough, and by the time I get to it, I probably won't remember it anyway. So don't worry about walking on eggshells, but like,
try our best not to.
Yeah,
I should also say to the people in the comments, obviously we had a trailer this week as well. Try not to talk about the new trailer that came out. Although I will say it looks fucking awesome, and I cannot
wait.
So the only thing that I heard about that trailer is that somebody from a very popular movie that came out recently is going to be voicing a character in there. So I'm excited about that. So.
Mr. Obsession, yeah.
We gotta take some time to talk about that.
Which was a spoiler, Taz. I will say that was a very big.
I had to think.
So I mean.
I had to think.
It makes.
It's like, what trailer are they talking about?
I mean, it makes sense after what we see in 5. Like, so.
Yeah, but let's just do X-Men now since we're already here, and then we can.
Yeah.
By the end, if we have time, we'll talk about some of the trailers and stuff we got today. Let's talk about episode 3 first. That was supposed to be last week, but we kind of kicked you out, Taz, to talk.
We'll talk about a different show.
Yeah,
Fire Made Flesh.
A lesser show, to be fair, but still.
It's fine. I just on my calendar instead of after the credits, I just put cry for 2 hours, but that's okay. Don't worry about it.
Episode 3, I low-key think might be the most underrated episode.
It's a great episode.
It was really good.
It's one of the better episodes that doesn't get talked about because the show is so good, and people are like episode 5 and episode 7, episode 10 and 9 and 8 and 7. But that one is especially so early on, it was what the hell? This was the episode that showed their strength not tied to a direct cable company, right? There are restraints that you had to go in with a children's show back in the day, and live cable, and it being the 90s, and and so this was let's show them what we can do. Let's show them we can kind of do whatever we want with the show. Yeah. I think that's great.
My whiplash with the show was really funny because I watched it in January, and I watched the 90s series. I finished it in January, and then a day later went to X-Men 97, and it's the animation, everything was so upped. And episode 3 was the first episode where I was like, oh shit, they can do this now.
Yeah, they found I think the perfect blend of 2D and 3D animation that I think more companies really need to take note of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys weren't in here when Darren and I were talking about the first couple that I watched, but he had me watch the finale for the original series before I hopped into 97. Because it had been a while since I had seen it and everything. And I'm very glad that I did as well, because the first time that I tried to watch the show, the reason I didn't continue watching it is because I felt like I was being thrown into a story that had already been going, and I'm like, I don't even understand what's going on here. My brain just can't compute right now. But coming back to it, watching that first, and then seeing also just the massive jump in animation quality and things like that, and just the sound quality, even just the change in the progress that animation had gone through in that, albeit very long gap of time, but it certainly made it, almost. But it certainly made it feel like something new, but still familiar, at least in those first couple of episodes. But I do think episode 3 is the big, I guess, tonal shift where they really kind of start going into, okay, no, this isn't just a continuation of the old series from the 90s that you guys remember, but this is now its own, it's completely its own entity, and we're going to kind of deviate from the, safe traditional path that you're used to, and we're going to tackle some pretty crazy, pretty tough storylines, and also very comic booky storylines.
Even then, it kept the tone of that original series too. Like it was almost kind of seamless.
Yeah.
I mean, as somebody, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as somebody that grew up watching that show on repeat and like seeing a lot of those episodes, recording them off of my grandparents' DVR, that's how dated this goes. But no, like I would still collect a lot of those things on VHSs and DVDs because they would release it in volumes, and that's how you had to do it because they couldn't obviously have it all on one disc. At least not back then, they couldn't. But seeing it back then, Taz, I think. It was the right call for you to see at least the finale going into
agreed.
Sure. 97 because it's more impactful when you know what Charles does at the end. And I think the last season in particular gets a little bit of flack just because the animation budget went down a little bit, and I won't lie, you do notice it.
It's very noticeable.
You definitely do notice it, but also like they were working with very limited funds at that point, so they kind of did the best that they could with what they had. And the fact that they still made a tangible ending, and I wouldn't even say just tangible ending, but a good ending to a long-running show like that was impressive.
Yeah. Also, just like Marvel TV in general, everything was in jeopardy back in the 90s. Like that was the year where Marvel was getting sold, so everything was getting canceled. So the fact that everyone was able to actually pull off a finale, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was the only one of the 90s shows to pull off a finale.
Well, one that
like a proper finale,
one that intended to be a finale.
Yeah. Like Spider-Man didn't have one. Silver Surfer, Fantastic Four didn't have one.
Iron Man, the Hulk didn't have one, but that was right before bankruptcy happened for Marvel. So.
I think episode 3 is also one of the things where sometimes I'm grateful I'm not a huge comic book nerd sometimes, because there were things that were going on where I'm like, I have no idea where this is going, and I'm happy for it. Like the whole Madeline Pryor stuff. I was like, who the fuck is the Goblin Queen? Like I was obsessed, but I'm like, I don't know this, and this is awesome that I can kind of just enjoy this and not know what the heck is happening.
I was grinning ear to ear.
All I thought about was like, man, they'd make a lot of money in Marvel Rivals if they sold this skin.
And I love that through that whole mystery thing, they still, even if you go back and watch the original series, like they still don't tell you when exactly that switch happens. And I love that mystery is maintained.
Well, Taz, like I want to see all this from your perspective here, because you had a lot of questions coming out of episode 2. That obviously is such a great cliffhanger, and I'm glad you watched it that way. And had to wait at least a little bit because I remember exiting out of those first episodes being like, what? Like, what are you doing here? Why?
No,
that week to sit on it really helped back then.
I regret not watching that show week to week when it came out. Like, it was a fun binge, but week to week would sound like it would have been so much fun.
I don't think I would have liked this show nearly as much if it wasn't for the weekly conversation I had.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's so interesting for an animated series like this to have such an overarching mystery.
Yeah.
Like it's not, like an Invincible or something like that, but it is, it's presented again in the same style and the same tone as that original series. So you've got, your original fans there. You can bring in new fans that maybe didn't watch the show, when it was originally airing, or caught reruns of it, like I'm sure a lot of us did when we were younger and everything like that. But like having the show then again kind of really go all in on this new this newer style as well, with having this mystery and staying true to some some comic book storylines, and making me question, like, does this stuff actually happen in the comics? Because I was messaging Darren and saying, hey, like, I'm not as big into like the X-Men comics as I am for certain DC comics and things like that, so I don't know as much. Like there are a few things that I know, but most of my X-Men knowledge is basically just the movies and animated series that I grew up with. And then very minor comic knowledge. Like I know a few things. Like I know who Cable is. Like I know, some of these things. But I'm like, is this Jean Grey clone like a comic book thing? Have they done this before? Is this a brand new thing? Like, what elements are for the show? What elements are brand new? And it also makes me curious to see how they did it in the comics now that I'm seeing it in the show, and I'm hoping that that'll make a lot of other people interested in either going and reading them, finding different comic book YouTubers and stuff like that have covered those comics, and at least watching like breakdowns and things like that. I think that's very interesting to at least pique that curiosity too.
It's also cool to like streamline these stories too, because from my understanding, X-Men, like any comic, is very convoluted in their storylines and rewrites and back and forths, and
this can be the definitive viewing experience for somebody who's just getting into it. Like a lot of people say when the new X-Men movies come out, hey, who are the X-Men? What's the backstory? What's the background? Watch. Don't even worry about watching the '90s series. Watch 97, or watch the '90s series and 97. It'd be so interesting. I don't know if they could do this. But think about how we're getting so many remakes and remasters of games. Imagine in between X-Men, in between new seasons of '97, they remaster the old seasons.
That would be amazing.
Just remaster season 5, actually. That's the one that needs it.
But I mean,
and maybe if they don't remaster the whole thing, like pick and choose, like how they have like Reddit threads of like the most important episodes of like shows and stuff like that, is condense 5 seasons down into maybe like 25 episodes or something like that, and make it just like the most important stuff that happened. All the dialogue's already been recorded. Condense it all, put it with this new, better animation style, and then attach it to X-Men 97 as like X-Men Origins or something like that, right?
It'll be
X-Men 97 Origins.
It'll be received better than the last thing that had that title.
Exactly. So I don't know. Like I'm enjoying it that much as I would say, go and remaster the old show.
That'd be fun.
Like that'd be fun. But I don't think that's ever happened. I don't think that's not a TV thing. That's more so a game thing.
Just because it's never happened doesn't mean it can't happen.
Well, that ended up being one of the best things about 97 now is, and to Darren's point, some of this stuff, it is really taken from a lot of different comic material, but even people, who have read comics and are familiar with the stories, they still manage to tell it in a way that keeps, and I don't want to say this in a pretentious way, but in a way that keeps the veterans kind of guessing a little bit, to where like they have a lot of X-Men knowledge, but the way that they adapted that story and other things that happened later on, we were still guessing, like things still caught us by surprise. And even when some of the really popular moments that we know happen, it's not so much, like the moment itself isn't necessarily what gets you, but it's like, wait, you're doing that? It's like, wait, you're doing this? And that kind of reaction, especially towards the end, really, I think, it shows how far they were willing to stretch the bounds.
For sure. Yeah. So I'm a big like X-Men comic guy. Like X-Men are probably my favorite like Marvel anything realistically. So I don't know why it took me so long to watch X-Men 97, but in general, I was so surprised by so many things in that show that it felt like reading a comic.
Yeah. And it's formatted like that too. Like each episode kind of feels like an issue of a comic book, and then you have to be like, well, I can't wait till next month to get the next issue.
Yep.
Back at Comic-Con 2024, I got a canon like X-Men 97 tie-in issue that I love. Great story. And it feels like the exact same.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
No, it's not that one. It's I'll see if I can grab it in a few minutes. Actually, I might have it in my apartment. I'll see if I can grab it in a few minutes.
Which I've been starting to read through this one today, which is like it takes place like right before the start of season 1, and I'm like, oh, they do so many little things in here to make that first couple episodes feel really cool. Being like, oh, this thing was set up and this thing was set up, and it's probably written post the season being written, so I guess it's not really set up, more like retconning, like, hey, here's a bits of whatever, but.
It just adds more to, like your wider Marvel universe, especially one like this that was built up and established decades ago that they're still trying to do things with. And if I'm being honest, like just because of how successful this has been, like I want to see the same treatment for other properties of that era.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, give us a Spider-Man 90, you know, give us I mean, still Spider-Man, but Ultimate Spider-Man, or what was it? Spider-Man Unlimited. That's what it was.
I just
that
want
I
more
really liked.
like animated comic book show adaptations, because it
Yeah.
feels like they're so like I know you don't like the show, Jake, but I want like the Invincible treatment done for a lot of these comics, being like, hey, there's 80, there's like 20 years of this comic, run or whatever. Just adapt that run into an animated show, and then that gets more people into that comic run that it's based on. Like, I think that'd be great.
Yeah,
For sure.
because I mean, as good as a handful of some of those movies might be, depending on what story you're adapting, it's really hard to condense some of those stories into a movie. For one thing, Dark Phoenix, but also like, twice.
Yeah.
But it's also like, as much as as good as some of those live action films might be, I feel like doing it in live action really limits your visual potential. And I think especially the further on you get into this season, you'll see how nuts the visuals can get. Yeah. Darren knows immediately what I'm referring to.
Makes me cry for Invincible.
I will say, going in and watching this and seeing the animation style, like especially too now coming off the heels of Maul Shadow Lord, which was easily the best looking animated thing I had seen in a while. This is right up there. Like, this is really solid animation.
And we were
really solid animation
because like some of the art we had seen kind of looked a little like What If inspired, which I don't hate the way What If looked, but
it looks generic. What If looks generic? That's the problem.
Yeah,
I mean, but this again looks like a natural progression of that 90s series. It looks like, what if X-Men from the 90s came out today? And that's exactly what it is. It's just, lines are sharper, details more, is there, colors are a little bit more vivid, and, set pieces and backgrounds and stuff like that look great. And the only thing I guess that you could really say as a negative to something like this versus Invincible is now Invincible's coming out yearly. This will be 2 years between seasons?
No, they actually said they're going to do it yearly now.
So
it
is 2 years between seasons 1 and 2.
And then it'll be yearly.
They are going to drop seasons yearly, and we did just get a season 4 announced.
In fairness to the show, season 2 has been done for a minute, basically.
Yes,
they had at least a year. So they've been working on 3, and by the time 2 is coming out, they'll be working on they're ahead.
Yes,
they are.
So the reason that they waited that gap was so that they could get ahead on season, so that now we can have yearly releases.
Yes,
without a quality drop. Okay.
Yes.
Last year was also booked for TV shows from Marvel.
It was very good.
Because just for
that makes sense.
Just for a bit of context, in September of last year, I met up with one of the cast from the show again, Lenore Zahn, who does the voice of Rogue.
Oh, yeah, I've met her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've actually met a handful of that cast plus the creators. But
I met her too. They're very nice.
Yeah, very, very nice. I saw her for, I lost count of how many times at this point. Hi, Serenity. But at that point, she had said that she was currently recording for the 3rd season, and that was 8 months ago. So that kind of tells you how far ahead of the curve they were, because when I went and saw them all for the first time back in November of 2023, we were still like 5 months out from season 1 of 97, and they were already a good way of progress into season 2. So they have been ahead of the curve for a minute.
Yeah, I actually remember.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I remember back in 2022, I was at LA Comic-Con, and I met Lenore Zahn and Cal Dodd. And they were so excited about X-Men 97 coming out. Like, they were so excited about the new show and stuff. And they were already working on the 2nd season then. And that was 2022.
Yep.
And it should also be stated, too, like, I think a break was needed for the best dealing with the whole Bo DeMeo stuff. Like, we had a year of burning that bridge, letting all the drama settle. And now
I do remember when that stuff was happening, and I was like, I guess I'll let this all die down before I watch the show.
Well,
who knows what's going to happen?
When it was coming out, people were like, why do you fire this guy? And then when the show was coming, we were like, okay, seriously, why do you fire this guy? This show's amazing.
Here's my take, and then I do want to get back to the episode itself. But it's technically not confirmed. We still don't officially know everything. But everything he's done since his firing, I'm like, yeah, he probably deserved it. Like every week, it's him being creepy on Twitter and like having a temper tantrum, being like, "Join my OnlyFans and I'll tell you the truth." It's like, all right, man. Like,
also, the amount of like hate he's throwing towards X-Men '97 on Twitter is really funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's just on Twitter being like, "Fuck Kevin Feige" and like, "Fuck the MCU" and Fantastic Four's woke.
Man,
like,
what is it with creative people in the X-Men world suddenly turning heel and firing shots at Marvel? Looking at you, Liefeld.
But I do want to ask you about episode 3, Taz. Like, obviously, big episode. It's a big like horror themed episode. Some very crazy shots. Ultimately, ending with Jean and Scott having to send their newborn baby into the future. Very, I guess, reverse Superman style, if you will.
Yeah.
What did you think of that whole plot line?
Oh, I mean, I thought it was great. Like, again, it felt like such a big payoff to something that, even again, not necessarily knowing a ton of the background or not really remembering it, is like you could still feel that history there, and you could still feel, you know, how much it was hurting, obviously, all of them involved to like have, okay, who's the real Jean? You know, all Scott knows is this kid is his, but like he doesn't really know, like, you know, and it's so crazy. And like having the, you know, the Jean that walked in, you're like, oh, well then that's probably the clone. No, the Jean that we've been with the whole time has been a clone, and like we don't even know when they were swapped. Was she the Dark Phoenix? Was the original Jean the Dark Phoenix? They both have the kind of memories in it, you know. We used to love doing these moral dilemma kind of, you know, conversations and things like that, is just because, you know, you didn't live a thing. If you have the memories of living that thing, does it make that experience any less real? And that is such an interesting kind of perspective to spin on it. And then, you know, ultimately in the end, you get the, what is it, the techno-organic virus gets thrown in there. They've got to send Cable to the future, which comes back, you know, later on, which is again one of the few things that I knew from the comics and everything. Then Clone Jean leaves at the end of the episode, gives herself the Madeline Pryor name, and then leaves the original Jean to, you know, pick up the pieces in the X Mansion with Scott and everybody else. And then that gets carried on a little bit further in episode 5, but I think, you know, Mr. Sinister stuff, you know, all of the, you know, different, him? Yeah. So, and I know a lot of people were talking about Mr. Sinister even, I think back around the time like New Mutants dropped and stuff like that. Thinking
he's supposed to be the villain.
They could throw, exactly.
Yeah, that, because they teased him at the end of Apocalypse and ultimately did nothing with it.
Yep.
Which I think
ideally in a perfect world, main villain for the next X-Men movie.
That's exactly what I've been saying. Yeah, I think he's a great starter villain.
Well, I literally almost. I'm sitting there, I'm watching the show while I'm walking on the Stairmaster at the gym, and like when Beast is like, there's only one scientist who could be responsible for this. Some call him Sinister, and I was like, Mr. Sinister, and then I'm like, just like, you know, sitting there about to freaking cheer about all this, which is great. But I thought it was a really good episode. That was like episode 2 was my favorite episode of the first couple. Then episode 3 became my favorite, and then now probably episode 5 now.
You'll notice the pattern. Every episode usually better than the last.
It gets and I don't know. I like how they use this episode to kind of tackle into everyone's insecurities.
Yeah.
Like, I think the moments in this episode is very important to where we go in episode 5 with Remy and Rogue and their dynamic, and you know, the Wolverine and Morph stuff is interesting, and like the like Magneto setup is very interesting. Like there's some really interesting stuff there that I
mean, everybody's going through it. Like, you know, obviously the big focus was on, you know, Scott, Jean, their son, Clone Jean, Sinister, all of that, but like everybody else has still got a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of moving pieces, and they're doing very well with juggling everything and not making it seem like one person's getting too much focus or one person's not getting enough focus. And one of the biggest things that I've noticed in this versus, say, like, you know, the X-Men movies, where they're all Wolverine movies, which nothing against Hugh Jackman. I love Hugh Jackman. I love his Wolverine. But but it's nice to see, though, a show like this really focusing on your core X-Men characters. Is
Wolverine's
like
very sidelined.
Scott. Yeah, Wolverine is a side character. He's just another X-Men in this one. Yeah, like he's he's popular because he's Wolverine now because Hugh Jackman made the character popular.
Mm-hmm.
But Scott is your leader.
Yes.
Jean is second in command. Like you're getting a lot of that.
Yes.
And in direct opposition to the movies, Scott is an absolute badass here.
Yeah.
The Cyclops revolutionism.
He's about to have a hell of a year between season 2 of this, Marsden coming back in Doomsday, plus they're about to add Cyclops to Rivals. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, the only thing that's setting the the Cyclops supremacy back a little bit is if you guys, I'm sure we'll talk about it later, saw the gameplay for the Wolverine game where you got I've got one very hot take about that I will I'll throw in there.
I haven't seen
it.
Okay.
We're getting.
Oh yeah, you weren't on there when we showed the gameplay, Darren.
I've been busy. Yeah, I'm excited to hop in and talk about it. Before we move on to episode 4, I do want to shout out one of my favorite moments, probably from the whole show. It's like it's on my long list of favorite moments of like Scott's inability to let go of Nathan in episode 3. It breaks my heart every time of just like and I think it hits even harder if you've seen the original show. I do think that's one of the moments that is heavily built on seeing Scott's background, seeing the history with his father, seeing how he grew up, and then his just like, I can't be here. I can't betray my son like he betrayed me. Like that stuff fucking wrecks me.
Yeah. And if you know the part of the original 90s series that dives into Scott's family history, that hits even harder.
The original 90s series is so underrated, man.
I mean, so I feel like maybe this is coming off as pretentious. These days, I feel like more people respect it more than they like it.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like I don't think people just go back to watch the 90s series.
I mean, I have it like whenever I have a free morning from work, I just turn it on with like a morning coffee.
Yeah, it's my third favorite of the superhero animated show from the 90s. I think
it's my favorite animated show of all time.
Oh wow.
But I mean, I'm incredibly biased. I have a long history with it, so
yeah.
I'm a B-Taz guy for some more reason.
We want to talk about
that holds my number 2, but fair. Sorry, Darren.
You're good. We won't talk about this one as long because obviously there's not as much to talk about. But I do want to talk about episode 4. I do overall agree with you, Taz. It is technically my least favorite, and I think I think overall its pacing is probably my biggest thing of how it's split up. It's a little weird. I do think it's a very important episode because I think it's the episode that is repping the 90s template a little bit. Like, I think they wanted one episode that was like, hey, let's just have fun for like 15 minutes. Like, let's have one little kind of romp. And
I will say this is the episode that feels the most like an episode that would air on like, Cartoon Network or, Disney Channel or whatever, right? Is like, it's just kind of like... filler, maybe kind of not really the best way to describe it, but just kind of like the Jubilee half is what I'm referring to. Is it's just like it's just kind of like again like quick little 15-minute Saturday morning cartoon, not really that consequential, just fun in and out adventure that showcases some powers and showcases some villains and stuff like that. Gives you some little character development that I'm sure will carry on to future episodes and things like that. So it's not completely filler. Again, not a pointless episode, but one that say if you missed it that week, you wouldn't necessarily be that out of the loop.
It's just a weird episode to put right there for me.
I'll say that I did love how that story at least gave and I don't know how many people noticed this, but that I can't remember what the character's name was now, but
the guy?
No, I know who Mojo is, but the antagonist that Jubilee and Sunspot face at the end of that storyline. I can't remember the character's name, but a cool detail is that it's actually voiced by the original Jubilee actress, Allison Court.
Yes,
because it's a new. Because there's a new Jubilee voice here. Because the only ones
they really honored.
There is something so beautiful about the older Jubilee getting to voice an older Jubilee as like a great.
I mean, they do that a couple times because I mean, certain characters are the exact same characters like Rogue, Beast, Wolverine, Storm, and
Sinister.
Yeah, well, those are the only people plus Nightcrawler that are like the official, ones that are the same voices. Because I mean, you have a new voice for Cyclops because Norm Spencer passed away. Yeah. You have a new Jean Grey who was actually the voice of Black Cat in Spider-Man '90s.
But the original actor just returned to voice someone else in that show, I believe.
Yes.
The original Jean Grey actress.
Yes. And you have a minor character that pops up later, and then the original Gambit from '92 is actually back in '97 now playing Cable. And there's a new Gambit, so little detail.
Well, I believe there were 2 Gambits in the '90s. Don't know why they replaced him after season 3 originally. I believe
that was Storm that got replaced halfway through.
Storm? Okay.
Because season 1 and 2 had a different voice for Storm, and then Allison Seeley Smith carried on from season 3 onward.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we like Mojo as like a villain?
He's like you to leave it. Like again, I think
he's like the MODOK of the X-Men. He's just there.
Yeah, I enjoy him. I like. Hating, I like hating him. I think it's kind of my vibe. I'm like, he's back again. All right. I think he's very like Goldface. From the Flash, where like I hate when he shows up, but it's kind of fun being like, all right, let's do it again.
I mean, I'll say this: in the original show, he was always one of my least favorite. Like, oh, we're back to him again. Then when he appeared in X-Men '97, when he appeared in X-Men '97, I was like, oh, this guy, I remember him.
I don't need another Mojo episode in '97. Like, if they never do another one, I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I think any one was good.
I will say, and this is just something that I'm not upset that they didn't put it in there, but I would have just loved if there was a nod to it. When they go full video game style for the Jubilee and Sunspot part of it, I would have loved if there was a nod to the older X-Men arcade game from back in the day with that really popular line that became a meme for all the right reasons. Whenever Magneto drops down and you have his really nonsensical quote where he says, "X-Men, welcome to die." As soon as you see like an arcade thing of Magneto, I'm like, wait, are they about to do that? They didn't, but it would have just been funny. And to answer Cameron's thing, yes, for one single episode.
Which is one of the best episodes of the whole show. I love it so much.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, stay! Like, you're so cool. And then he
so cool,
hey.
Darren.
Bring back Iceman. Bring back Iceman.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Trade him.
Nope. But yeah, I like this episode. I do kind of I think I honestly would have preferred maybe just adding a couple extra minutes to the Jubilee email and make it like a 2-minute episodes, and then just save that stuff for later.
I saw you pause on it. You're like, wait, yeah.
Save that for a later episode.
Wait. Perhaps I've made a mistake of some kind.
Spoiler: Storm comes back at some point.
Storm back at some
point. What? Really?
He makes an appearance.
Yeah, that's like one of the only things I know from that show, Taz, is that line you just quoted.
The episode that ended with part 1 does have a part 2, in fact.
Yes.
What up, Phil? Hey, buddy.
That Wolverine trailer fucking ripped. My God.
Good God. Yeah.
I just wish it was. I just wish it was on PC, man. That's all I wish.
Honestly, probably one day, but like.
No, so there's something that came out very recently said that they are gonna stop releasing these first-party PlayStation games on PC because it's cutting into Sony sales too much. Like people are waiting, not buying consoles, and waiting for these games to come out on PC. So I'm gonna have to slum it on console if I want to play this game, unfortunately.
Hey, it's gonna be a banger game, all right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, I've said that they're basically gonna. It looks like they're essentially gonna take all the best aspects of the 2 previous modern quote-unquote Wolverine games of the last 20 years and blend them together to make this.
It looks like how I remember X-Men Origins Wolverine the game feeling like.
It has the visceral gameplay of the X-Men Origins game and the tone, aesthetics, and the narrative it seems to have of the X2 Wolverine's Revenge game from Gene Pool back in the day. Because that one was a little more limiting in gameplay. It's still pretty violent for, a PG-13 GameCube 03 game, but that one was a little more narrative focused and more just aesthetics and tone focused, because that one was really able to hone in on the comic side of Wolverine, whereas the 2009 game was, although not originally, it was more tailored to be a movie release. But it wasn't originally made to be that, because they were making their own game, and then came in and said, "Hey, can you guys mix this to be a movie tie-in game?" And they're like, "All right, yeah, we can." And fun fact, that game was actually written by Mark Guggenheim.
Really?
Yeah, which is probably the best thing he ever wrote, I'd argue.
What are we thinking a runtime for this game is going to be like? Because people are still are kind of complaining about Bond being like 15 to 20 hours, which I think is a nice.
I think that's an
spot.
awesome
I think that's a sweet spot. Some people are like, oh, I wish it was long. You know,
it's not a short amount of time.
No, it's not.
They want a 50-hour game, like.
No, I think I think some games can be too long. Like that's why I've still never finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's too long. I have like 90 hours in that with no end in sight.
I feel like it'll probably be longer than Miles Morales, shorter than the first Spider-Man game.
Yeah, I would say probably in line with Spider-Man 2, which was like what, probably like 10 to 15 hours.
10 to 15 hours.
Give or take.
Yeah, I'd say. Yeah.
How crazy it is that Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine were announced the same day, and Spider-Man 2 is going to be 3 years old when Wolverine comes out almost.
Yeah. Well, it did get held back a little bit because of the leaks.
Because of that.
I think
because of the hacks.
Yeah. Which delayed all of the Insomniac stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. Here's my thing. This game looks great. Where's my Ratchet and Clank sequel, Insomniac?
Where's my where's my next Jack and Daxter game? Come on.
Yeah, really. Spyro, come on.
Good old Spyro.
Do you guys want to talk about it now or save it for later? I saw something that popped up about some story details.
We'll do some game stuff after.
Okay.
I want to get through X-Men first, and then
I will save it for later.
Yes, Darren, your favorite episode.
All right. So yeah, we got through 4 kind of pretty quickly. I mean, still fun, still really good.
We never really talked about the Storm bits, but
yeah.
I mean, part one of a part 2 story. Storm's gonna get her powers back eventually. Like,
yeah,
you don't know that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you don't know.
I will say just one nice little family bit that I liked near the beginning of the episode. Just really tells you how tightly knit the X-Men are. Was when Jubilee comes out into the room, and then Rogue's like, "Hey, how do you want to celebrate the Big 18?" It's just like really good, heartwarming stuff like that. That just really reminds you how much of a family these guys are.
I do really like seeing Jubilee turn 18. Like, I think that's a really if you're watching the original, like if you were watching the original show, it's such a she's grown up, and like you get to see she's she's an adult now, and you get to see that
there's a new rookie in her place.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's really good.
Especially since episode 1 literally starts with Jubilee joining the X-Men. Cool.
And small little detail, I won't go too much of into a rabbit hole, but I just love how they essentially recreated scenes from the 92 pilot in the start of 97, but put Roberto there instead of Jubilee. Loved how they did those little bits. I mean, like, that was for the fans.
Yeah. But yeah, let's stop biting the bullet. Episode fucking 5. Remember it?
Remember it. Yeah, taken from the phrase from the 90s cartoon.
I remember waking up that morning because these episodes are like morning releases. They come out at like 9 a.m. or some shit. Yeah. And waking up and just checking my Twitter, and like I wasn't spoiled for it, but everyone was like, "Holy fuck, this is crazy! Like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen." I'm like, it can't be that crazy.
Sadly, I was spoiled for it before, but
so good. It's such a like. I don't know if I've ever been so shell shocked after watching an episode. I'm just like, oh, the whole 35 minutes of this episode, every second of it, there's something insane happening.
And it did feel like a slightly longer episode than the rest of them were. But in a good way. In a good way.
It's one of the only episodes I could think of in recent time where I literally had to turn it off and just do something else.
Yeah, and I'm especially glad that you got a week to sit with the impact of this episode.
It's been like almost 2 weeks, I think, since I've watched this one, because we were supposed to come on and talk about it last week. So I've been sitting on this one for 2 weeks.
Great, actually. Like I want you to be
Darren dragging you across.
Yeah.
Like everyone I've talked to that hasn't seen, I'm like, just watch it weekly. Just put one on a week. That's the ideal way to watch it. Like,
I wish I watched it weekly.
having to sit in the grief of that episode is so
Darren,
good.
I'm impatient.
I know you. I know you.
If you were impatient, you would have already watched the next episode. Though.
That's true. That's true. Again, there's been enough to distract me. Spider-Man, James Bond, new movie releases. Yeah.
I mean, where do we want to start with episode 5? Because there's so many things that happen. Do we want to go backwards and then make our way to the other stuff?
I mean, it's kind of the perfect calm before the storm episode, where like it just starts with a lot of soap opera stuff. I mean, you get very early on, you get reintroduced to Darren's favorite character. Nightcrawler gets brought in, and in like the simplest, most fun way. Yep, my Funko's in the other room. I do have that same one. It's in the most simple, fun way where just like they're on Genosha, and he just takes Rogue and Gambit along for that little tour. Rogue's just there, and just the little bits of animation where he's porting with them has got them both in like a headlock hug. Gambit's like, "What's going on?" Rogue's just there for the ride, smiling, and they really carry on that sibling dynamic between Rogue and Nightcrawler from the original show in such a great way. And I'd argue it gets even better from this episode, that particular aspect.
I agree.
I feel like I chose the right X-Men to be a fan of, even if it's just passively. Like, I feel like so many X-Men characters have got shit on in every medium, and I feel like I was like, well, he's done good in the '90s show, and I like him in the Evolution, and I like him in Wolverine and the X-Men, and even in the movies. Like, I didn't like him the second time, but the first time, he's one of the best characters.
Yeah, and he's coming back.
The only other character I can think of who's never really been done super already, and that's because of his fan. It's like Wolverine. But that's
even the younger one in like the later movies where, well, not anything good. I don't think he's bad either inherently.
Nah, he just
doesn't do anything.
He just didn't really get anything to do. And I think this really helped. I mean, Nightcrawler already had a number of good adaptations, but I think this one really helped Rogue, who was one of the people done the most dirty by the movies.
Oh yeah,
like this.
Yeah, it's such a stark contrast. Yeah, and I'm like, oh yeah, Rogue is actually very cool.
Like,
Rogue can do stuff.
Right. Yeah, like she's that southern bombshell that's got a lot of power, but also is probably arguably the most relatable out of all the X-Men.
No, it's really just why I want Rogue to be like a main character in the next X-Men film.
Yeah,
like, make her a main character. That's what we need.
Yeah. I mean, she's got several solo runs, even one that's going out right now. Like, there's a number of X-Men characters that have solo runs out right now. Yeah, I just got I've got the 4th issue of it over there. Great read.
Awesome. I haven't read that one yet, but it's
Nightcrawler.
So good.
Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler.
But yeah, no, it's funny because I think in any other episode that would have been my favorite moment of just having like Nightcrawler back. Like I would have been happy there, just like, all right, awesome, he's back, he's cool.
That was just getting started.
And yet it's like the least crazy thing that happens that episode.
It's the most roller coaster episode. Like it's so.
Yeah. Like just it's what is actually a really good comparison. I'll use an Arrowverse example here. The first big Zoom episode on The Flash. Calm 30 minutes, batshit insane 10 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I watched this today with someone who has never read an X-Men comic, has never seen the movies, has never seen the animated show, or like 97. I just put it on with him there. He didn't even know the theme song. I was like, haven't you heard this theme song? I was like, no, I've never heard of it. And he was kind of bored through most of it because he doesn't know the context of anything that's happening. And then the final 15 minutes, he's like, "What the fuck?" There we are. There we go.
I mean,
and now you have a lifelong fan.
You know what? At least you woke up eventually.
Yes.
It's the X-Men. We're like the X-Men.
I feel like
listen. If I can get not wanting to endure some of those movies.
But some of them are peak. It really depends on the movie.
Yeah.
I feel like we have to start with the Rogue and Gambit stuff. I think that's the heart of this episode. That's the main focus, and then we can kind of make our way backwards to the other
Beautiful Remy.
Remy, man, it's crazy because going into the show, I never expected them to make these big swings, right? I honestly thought it was going to be a pretty safe show. I was like, yeah,
one of
the most iconic shows of all time. Kevin Feige's very precious over the show. He made sure he had all the ducks in a row before making it.
Got back every voice actor he could.
I don't know, man. One of my favorite lines of the episode, or just of the show in general, where Rogue's like, your heart beats for me, but I can't feel it. And the entire back and forth, the entire back and forth of those two has always been one of the most interesting dynamics in this continuity. It just, in general, I've always loved Rogue as a concept of like someone who physically can't touch other human beings, if that's in a palpable way or something else. Like, it's always such a fascinating journey, and to see, like, I think the original show builds up to that so much, because that was a constant theme through the entirety of the original show, and we are finally seeing the bubbles pop of that two dynamic. Years of will they, won't they?
Yeah, and like
come to the surface.
Yeah, over that 5 seasons, you saw it chip away a little bit, but now they're kind of going full into that. And to your point, Darren, about Rogue's whole nature, just that's something I feel like any viewer could relate to, of having that very guarded nature of not being able to get close to people, both emotionally and physically. And because people, a lot of people are kind of just at nature, they're very like untrusting and guarded at first before they get to know somebody. But Gambit's whole rebuttal to that, which Rogue later reciprocates later in the episode, he says, some things are deeper than skin. And when Rogue reciprocates that point later on, I think it's just really beautiful and kind of tragic where things go once that lesson's learned. But the fact that she comes to that realization is just, I think, a really beautiful moment for her.
I want to ask you, Taz, sorry. Because, we watched the first 2 episodes and we were kind of slightly talking about the Rogue Magneto storyline and not being one that you knew too well. Now that you kind of get to see the history behind it, their dynamic before, what's your kind of thoughts on this whole thing? Because I think this is probably the most controversial aspect of the show.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like, I think that they make a good argument for it to go either way. I think the biggest, my biggest negative with it, of course, is just who Magneto is. Is I'm still not necessarily in a spot where I even trust him. Like the rest of the rest of the X-Men. Like I think
if you ever trust Magneto, something's wrong.
Yeah, so he still being one of my favorite characters. I think Darren, if you're claiming Nightcrawler is your favorite, right now, I think Magneto still would be my favorite character, just because I love a complicated character.
No. Yeah.
I love a villain turned anti-hero, which is kind of where he's at right now. That's kind of how he always is. Like, yes, he is a villain. Yes, he is the leader of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants most times, but like he's not the worst guy in the world, right? Like he will always team up with the X-Men when it comes time to fight the Sentinels or do whatever. Like
he cares about his people.
Exactly. He cares about his people, but he also cares about Xavier and what he wanted, and trying to carry on his legacy. And I think that is such an interesting direction to take Magneto this season, and to have him come in there, lead the X-Men, and then now have this storyline where he is given trying to be given ownership of this mutant sanctuary, basically, right? And then wanting kind of that X-Men representation, with asking Rogue to rule with him so that he kind of has that little bit of balance there, which again is a very interesting angle to take. And it seemed like for a while that they were kind of just gonna go that direction, and it seems like, but very much so, kind of right at the end, Rogue sort of realizes, hey, what the proper direction to go in is, and kind of chooses Gambit, but maybe a little too late there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I think there's been some really interesting commentary on this episode I've seen recently, which I've tried my best to steer clear from, because I don't need to get on Twitter arguments. But the whole thing was like, well, why should Rogue be sad if she cheated on him? Like that's the big argument happening right now, I think. And
were they ever really together?
That's the big thing. It's like
that was my question. Yeah,
they were always on it. They were always very on and off in the original show. And going into the show, it's like,
I wouldn't even say on and off. It's like it's always been like they were kind of a thing, but unofficially.
Wait, her and Gambit?
Yes, her and Remy.
I mean, they like. you knew like Rogue wanted to at her core, but was just always kind of very guarded.
She always said no.
Yeah, but especially in like the later seasons, like she always came to Gambit's aid whenever he needed it, like in that one Thieves Guild episode that's very centered around him. Like, like even though they couldn't have that kind of physical relationship, she was always very, and I don't mean to say this in a bad way, but always kind of very possessive of him, but in the way that in the way that wasn't viewed as like creepy. Because let's face it,
or obsessive.
Yeah,
obsessive.
Yeah. But I mean, let's face it. Like Gambit's heart was not going to be for anybody else. So he was completely fine with that aspect of things. And there's even a moment in the last season where Rogue is like trying to introduce herself to some humans just as like a show of trust, and without Gambit even being there, she introduces herself as Miss LeBeau, and then at the end of the episode, Gambit hears her addressed that way, and he goes, "So when's the wedding, Miss LeBeau?" Rogue's like, "Shut up." It's stuff like that where it's like there's the thing there, even if they don't outright say it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and again, like that's kind of my thing where it's like, I think the whole point of the story is that like she was wrong, and it's her like realizing, like finally putting a face to it, like, oh wait, now that I realize, like now that I've seen what it could be like without him, I realize.
Right, is like basically is she was falling back into this old, this old way of life because Magneto was there for her at a very, troubling time, this, that, and the other, and then
plus she could also physically touch him, so
right, and that kind of, she saw something that she couldn't or wasn't able to have for the longest time, but then realized like it's right, but then realized, hey, it's not worth it if I'm not, not actually with Gambit in this scenario. You know what I mean?
It's that classic thing of like not realizing what you have until it's gone.
Right.
Yeah, and then obviously, like again, we'll talk about the attack, and then we'll go forward into like the smaller stuff. The attack itself is crazy. It's like 15 minutes of just pure.
It was set up perfectly.
But right before everything goes to shit, you do get one small little cameo.
Yep, is Cable.
The Watcher.
The Watcher.
The Watcher. Yeah.
The Watcher.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I do remember. I messaged Darren too. I was like, was it supposed to be the Watcher in the clouds? And he's like, nope.
I just love that he's in every single animated like Marvel thing that's coming out right now.
And he was in Daredevil Born Again season 2. Don't forget that.
Yeah. I like to think that he can like I do like it's that scene. I think that's the perfect scene for him to appear in because I like to think that he's watching.
It's a very pivotal moment.
They're bound by a rule that they can't interfere. They have to just watch.
So badly to stop it. Like this is such a massive moment. So massive someone tried to go back in time several times to stop said thing, and
it's a pivotal moment in X-Men history or in mutant history.
Yeah.
Well, here's my thought too. Is you guys obviously can't really necessarily confirm this one way or another for me, but my thought process here, right? So if Cable has been trying to bring himself back to the proper time in order to give himself enough time to warn his mother or warn somebody that this attack was coming. Obviously, Gambit dies. Obviously, a lot of people die. I'm guessing Madeline Pryor's dead too. So, yeah. Do we see a world in which Cable eventually does it right and prevents this from happening? And all the stuff that we see post episode 5, good and bad, gets erased in a future season once Cable is actually able to successfully complete his mission of the proper warning. Or at least a lot of things change.
That'd be fun.
Yep.
Very Flashpoint coded. Very dangerous.
Yeah, love a good Flashpoint.
But yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Or is this an event that has to happen? While as devastating as it is, does it always have to happen?
A fixed point.
I think that
a canon event, so to speak.
I think it won't be able to be rewound necessarily, but certain things might be able to be altered from the event itself without
so
damaging
meaning we could maybe save some characters that don't make it. Is kind of my point here. Is maybe not stop the event entirely, but you know.
No
it's
comment.
a possibility.
No comment.
No comment.
Do you
Good.
think
Okay.
Magneto
That means I'm on the right track.
Magneto gets pretty blown up? Do you think he survives?
And who does? Magneto?
Magneto.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about that.
I love that moment, by the way, where like as that explosion's happening and he talks to Leech in German, he's like, "Don't be afraid, don't worry," because Magneto's having clear flashbacks to what happened to him as a kid.
Oh yeah.
And even and the showrunners even said with this episode that they kind of intentionally wanted to give off kind of that 9/11 type feeling, and
yes,
you really
it's there. Oh, it's there.
You really feel that from not only this episode but also a future episode where you see the aftermath of it. It's that same sort of tone and feeling.
I can't help but cry every time I watch the ending of the episode for that exact feeling. And it's not even like the event itself. It's the team watching it on TV. It's beasts.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like the silence on the screen. They're all trembling. You fade to the like what is it, like I can't feel you moment as it cuts the black.
Yeah.
Sobbing.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean that's kind of my reaction when I finished this episode. Is I just sat there and I'm like, what the heck did I just?
It's just soul crushing that's the moment where her hand actually is on his face is when he's gone.
She can't touch him until it's too late. Yeah.
Right. Like that is how really crushing it gets.
Yeah.
And I guess kind of rewinding back a little bit, from that whole side of things, there are still a lot of very intense moments before that happens.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
In particular with Cyclops in this episode, who has got two of my favorite scenes.
Yep.
One of which is that whole sequence where he's being interviewed, and like after what he's just had to do by sending his son into the future, you see him just kind of lose it on live television and deliver, I think, one of the best moments of the episode where he says, like it's a good thing that we mutants do exist and that we're here because it's the only reason people like you are still alive. And it really
it gave Cyclops a bit of an edge that I didn't necessarily think he had in him. But it makes sense though because what he just went through and like that kind of protective nature with his son and everything like that, right? And then now how is he going to react to, him and Jean kind of had a bit of an argument this episode too about Madeline Pryor because of the mental connection and stuff like that, and he probably didn't necessarily know what was going on because he had to cut it off once she told him to, hey, what the heck are you doing?
Well, that was also one of the best moments, I think, whenever him and Jean are arguing. She's like, these are the only things that I remember. It's like, are you remembering it or are you feeling it? It's like stuff like that. Like, you just don't expect the dialogue to hit as hard as it does.
Right. I remember something too, something along the lines of basically like, if you don't know what you remember, how can I trust you kind of thing, right? Like, if you can't trust your own memory, how am I supposed to trust your memory?
Sure.
And there was a lot of it too. I did, on some level, like that scene too with Jean and Wolverine down like kind of in the, what was it, like the pond or the lake or whatever. And then both kind of talking about their, messed up memories and pasts and stuff like that, because that is a very similar connection there. And then they had a little thing there, but he was like, nah, go.
I'm so glad they put that to bed, and Logan was actually the sensible one there. He's like, no, you're Jean Grey, he's Scott Summers, that's the rule.
It's like, this ain't the movies. Go back to Cyclops.
Hugh Jackman would take that opportunity, was like, fuck yeah, all right, let's do this. But I love that she's like she's in a place of like vulnerability. She's in a place that she doesn't quite know who she is, and she kind of wants to comfort. Like Logan was one of the first people that she remembered, which is interesting to me. That is very fascinating.
Yeah.
And I even remember when this episode was airing, and I think this is actually a bad thought, and I do apologize, but like I remember at the time being like, well, there are two genes. There could. I don't know. Maybe
you get a gene and you get a gene.
Again, probably not the best, state of mind. And like even then,
would Wolverine do it?
Before this episode, before the ending happens, it's like you two genes should probably just be in an open relationship. Like this is probably probably the most, I think they're all valid, but like this is like the most valid case of that I've ever seen of just like, well, you don't know what happened where, and like you don't know which one you married. You don't know which one. I mean, I guess you do know which one gave birth, but you don't know when this would happen.
I think one of them would remember giving birth.
Sure,
yeah.
Sure. And I don't know.
Cyclops is gonna get his own reality show called My Two Genes.
I think it's gonna be the one. It's like you are not the mother.
This is the only time I will ever like excuse cheating in media because I'm so anti-cheating. But this is the one where I'm like, is it technically cheating? Like, it's a really, really, really complicated case. My only argument for Scott would be like, hey, buddy, you need to communicate to your partner about how you're feeling. If you're missing the other women, the other one, you have to talk to her about it. And you need to communicate that. Like,
you all need to go to couples therapy.
They all need therapy. Every single X-Men needs therapy. Absolutely. Especially after what happens in this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also, I guess that's not going to be a problem anymore after this episode. Scott had his mind made up for him.
He did.
There's only one gene left.
You gotta accept that one. Oh well, gotta move on.
The other genes got worn out.
I do really like the scene before the escapade happens, where it's very easy for her to be like, oh, so you still want to go to that baby and that woman, she was very open to be like, tell me about your child, like tell me about Nathan, that must be very hard for her to talk about. That's a very like someone else had your child. That is painful. That is excruciating.
Somebody else that looked exactly like you
and
acted exactly like you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought
that child is genetically yours, but it's not yours.
Yeah.
Sure. And I love. We had back in the day when this episode first started. We had like a 30-minute debate about like the ethics of everything revolving this. So is it cheating? Is it not? Is it ethical? Who should be with who? And that's what I love about the show is we can have these like deep debates. And I feel like
it makes you think.
It definitely.
Well, and also too, it doesn't even necessarily like. Even if you're like, oh, okay, well, at the end of the day, then Scott should be with the gene that he married, right? But like,
which one is
if he married the clone, he married the clone because of the memories he had with the original, right?
Do you think he should go to the one he knew prior? That's terrible. I'm sorry.
I don't play Resident Evil, but there was a video that's gone viral in the Resident Evil space recently,
hello,
over at Smosh, where the whole quote was like, "What is a person without memories?" And every time I hear it, I think about this show. Was like, maybe maybe Madeline isn't the original one, but she's still the woman that you love because that's who she is. Like that is the person that she is deep down. Like she has all those memories, and so she is Jean. She is, for a lack of a better word, Jean Grey in her own way.
The only thing that I can compare to this Jean Grey thing is the exact same plot line that happened in Young Justice with Speedy.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing is there wasn't like an active relationship that he was in there.
No. And they also know which is which. Like they know which was, they know when the switch happened and all that. But.
And I love how they can just fully embrace the soapiness of X-Men. Like that's why I love the X-Men. Is like, yeah, they're superheroes, but they're superheroes seconds, and it's a soap opera first. And I think it rides the line.
That's all these shows are. Like when we watch the Arrowverse shows, it was literally just soap operas that just so happened to have guys dress up in leather and fight crime.
But this is a good soap opera.
Yes.
But this is like the Scott, Jean, Logan, Sabretooth, fucking love triocular or whatever the fuck it is like
never heard
the
of that.
most soapy thing I've ever seen in my life.
Triocular.
I don't think there's a number big enough for their massive love.
There's like an octagon for all this shit.
Sure, yeah. It's kind of insane. You know, you throw in, you know, Emma Snow in there, and you know, Emma Frost. I'm sorry.
No, Emma Snow, obviously.
By the way, does show up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Her, in comparison, her role in the original series is not very big. I mean, I think she's only in like a couple Hellfire Club centric episodes, but her. I think that was one of the good things about this episode too, is that it showed you characters that you wouldn't know if you hadn't seen the original series, but if you did, it kind of made you go, "Hey!" and just kind of in that nice, you know, way of knowing what happened to them and the little bit of time you get to see them. But
bring back Iceman.
I mean, they brought back Moira McTaggart. They brought back Banshee. And I feel like there was another one aside from Frost that they brought back that I can't remember. I can't think. That might have been it.
Kind of Leech, but we had Leech in previous.
Oh yeah.
Leech was a bit there.
Yeah.
Who actually also? Never mind. We'll talk about it when we get to it. No. No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Do you think Leech is dead, Taz?
Nah, Leech is forever. Leech is forever.
Okay.
All right. Sebastian Shaw, was he in here? He was, wasn't he?
Yes. That's who I was thinking of. Sorry.
Okay.
Which, holy Lord, has that character been done better so much more in animation than whatever the movies did with Kevin?
We don't have to talk about what they did.
Like, good Lord.
One of my big thoughts after exiting this episode for the first time was like, how was Storm going to react to this event?
No,
really pained me too. Yeah,
and you see how that happens.
And I love there's also going to be, I don't think this counts as a spoiler, like there's also just going to be the effect of like, could we have done something if we were there aspect from the rest of the team. Like if I had my powers, or from Logan or Scott or Jean or like any of these characters, if I was with them, could I have done something to stop this event?
Sure.
Maybe they could have, maybe they couldn't have. And I think I think they do a really good job at making you feel the pain of like I think you as an audience itself is like in mourning for what you just saw is a tragedy, and it really hits. I think they do a really good job at making you like, damn, man, like stuff like this is actively happening in the world right now, and it's not talked about as much as it probably should be. And we're seeing the effects of groups of minorities being affected by small groups of people that can't handle change.
It's also just such a good story for the X-Men to tackle.
Yeah. I think I liked this scene a lot more because of this, because it came out the same year. In Deadpool and Wolverine, there's the scene where Logan is talking about how the other X-Men were slaughtered by the Sentinels. And the entire time that scene's going on, I got a little emotional because I kept thinking of this episode. I kept thinking of in another universe where the same thing happened and Logan wasn't there to stop it. Obviously more than just Logan, but like it's the same idea of what evil people can accomplish when hatred wins.
I forgot that was the same year as the X-Men.
Yeah, it was a great year.
That's
it was a
great year for the X-Men.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's great.
That was
great year for Gambit in general, but like great year for the X-Men.
Yes.
Well, great can be taken differently depending on how you look at it.
Sure. And I mean, we haven't talked about
the character's popularization, I should say.
We hadn't talked about like Gambit himself in the episode. I do think he has some.
Gambit was in this episode?
Who?
Yes, he was.
You didn't remember it?
You're telling me Channing Tatum was in this episode?
Oh yeah. I think he's one of probably the most badass death scene I've ever seen in my life.
I am a big
Gambit.
Gambit is probably my favorite X-Men character. Like I'm a huge Gambit fan, but I became a Gambit fan because of the original '90s show.
So also
his death really hit me.
What came out first, this season or the end of season 3 of Invincible?
This.
Okay. So
pretty close.
No,
weren't they?
it was this because I specifically remember when Invincible Season 3 came out, people were comparing it to X-Men 97.
Yes, and he exploded. Like he literally did the same thing.
People
this was out.
They copied X-Men 97. Like that's what people were saying.
This was coming out while Season 2 of Invincible was airing.
Yes.
Right, but so here's my question though: is which comic did it first though?
Oh, I don't think this is in a direct comic. I don't think.
Okay.
Is it?
What, the Gambit moment?
Yeah, like his sacrifice moment, him blowing himself up.
Not in that way.
So
okay. And then is the I mean Rex died in the comics, but did he die the same way?
Actually, I think we talked about this, Taz. I think we talked about this when Rex died last year. I was like, this is eerily similar.
Oh yeah, you did, but you kind of like danced around it a little bit. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. So, chat, if you guys know, like,
I
comic backgrounds, like, which came first, the chicken or the egg in this scenario?
It's been a while since I read the Invincible comic, but I think
Invincible probably did this exact thing first, but I think X-Men did it better, in my opinion.
I agree. X-Men did it better.
Even though I like it in theory, I wasn't a huge fan of actually how they handled it in Invincible.
But also, I'm biased.
So,
I mean, like X-Men 97 Season 1, I prefer than every season of Invincible on a personal level.
So in like mainline Marvel continuity, Gambit's never actually died, but there are alternate realities where he has. Whether you're talking Ultimate X-Men, Age of Apocalypse, where he of course becomes one of Apocalypse's horsemen. He becomes a horseman Death, and then even in like the Marvel Zombies time, that's one where it happens. But he's never had like a mainline death in comics like somebody like Bucky had, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting.
But yeah, no, so Gambit actually did. Actually, they might have taken a little bit of influence from this, but there was like a time where I think it's in the Ultimate X-Men books where he throws this like supercharged crystal at Juggernaut while taking a blow from it himself. So they might have taken that concept and been like, hey, let's do this, but do it better. Because I am just not a fan of Ultimate X-Men. Sorry.
I'm not either. No, I'm not either.
Yeah, that stuff took all the wrong lessons from the movies. Sorry. I didn't mean to get off on that whole side tangent.
You're fine.
I just thought of it because I was going back in my head. I'm like, oh wait, no, it did kind of happen here.
I also want to. I know we already talked about him a little bit, but we didn't talk about the story beat itself. I do really love Magneto in this episode. I think he's
incredible.
Feeling the weight of Charles's responsibilities falling on him. Like he's like, fine, I'll do the X-Men, I'll do this thing, I'll try, and then he keeps getting more people being like, hey, no, you're not Charles, but here's this thing we'd like you to do. Here's this thing, and he's trying his best to, while step in Charles's shoes, find his own way of leading the X-Men and doing this stuff for mutant kind, and he's become this kind of hero. And the moment where he sees almost the consequences of him trusting humans and trusting this way of life,
it all goes wrong.
Like it kind of does justify a lot of the things he's done in the show so far. And we talked about this a lot, Jake. But probably my favorite quote from the show, or one of my favorite quotes, is most other nations don't allow a terrorist to be their leader, yet so many allow their leaders to be terrorists. Is fucking incredible. It's like, god damn. All right, man.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, the sad reality is that it can hit pretty hard. And I brought this up whenever we were on stream earlier, but everybody likes to throw around so nonchalantly the phrase Magneto was right. He doesn't want to be right. He does not want to be right in the slightest. He hates the fact that he is.
He knows he's right, but he really, really, really wants to be wrong. He just doesn't think he is.
Yeah.
Taz, if we ever see Magneto again, do you think that this will affect his...
If we ever see Magneto again, when we see Magneto again,
I mean, he died. The Essential said mutant eliminated. Do you think this is going to change his stance on the X-Men and what he's been doing these last 5 episodes?
Well, when Magneto rises from the ashes at the beginning of episode 6, he's gonna say, "My fellow mutants, this attack cannot go unanswered.
Hey.
We will make them pay.
I mean,
You know,
no, what
you know what I almost want Taz to do? I almost want him to just pull up Disney Plus right now and just play the intro for episode 6.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
Darren, and they know exactly why.
Oh yeah.
Did I get that spot on?
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Okay.
When he says play the intro, he means the intro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I will say. Hold up, I will say. Going forward, especially, watch the intro because
Watch
the
the
intro
intro.
for next week is one of my. I screamed when I saw the intro for episode.
I did too.
Oh,
It was incredible.
yeah,
Okay.
yep.
And
I know
I
what.
was like, yes.
And I will say it keeps on changing.
Yeah,
That's
watch
my
the
favorite.
intro.
Yeah,
from
well,
every
I've noticed that it has changed like
It's a
pretty much
game.
every week.
It's
Yeah.
like they will
Yeah.
add things from either this episode or sometimes multiple episodes ahead of like, wait, what the
Yeah.
hell was that? Like where
Yeah.
did that scene come
Where
from?
did that come from?
Maybe sometimes they'll do the opposite of adding.
Maybe.
Maybe, who knows?
I mean, we've already seen that, right? They got rid of Xavier
Storm.
and put in
didn't they get rid of Storm?
Magneto. I think they got rid of Storm
yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
episodes that don't have Sunspot in it too, they'll like add him and then add him out when he's not in the episode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very,
Yeah,
very cool.
And
I
they did
love
that
it.
for like whenever Bishop was there, he was in there, and then
He was
wasn't.
only in. It was only like 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah,
Yeah, I love that
Yeah.
they do that. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
it's great.
I do think we're gonna wrap this up because there is a couple of trailers I think we want to go through and watch. But do we have any final thoughts on episode 5? And obviously we could talk for hours about this episode. There's so many like nitty gritty and stuff like that. But any final to dos?
10 out of 10, and Taz.
No, yeah, I
has
mean, I
not
think-
seen shit.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it was great. I think it was a great episode. I'm very excited to see the rest of the season. It feels weird that I've kind of again been sitting on this show for 2 years now and
Dude,
I have not watched it, but I'm honestly glad though because I'm gonna be very happy to watch this next season as it airs week to week and be very close,
Yeah.
to when I finish this that the show comes out. So
Taz-
what do I need to do?
Taz
How
is
many
gonna
weeks
be
do I
like
have?
Taz is gonna be like the people who were catching up with Marvel right before Endgame came out, and
It's early July.
Yeah.
It's right at the
July
start
1st.
of July.
July
yeah.
1st.
Oh, July 1st. Okay, so
We can
this
literally-
week I'll
literally
watch.
a month. You have a month.
We can line
Okay.
it up for like the week before we wrap it up, and then we can go straight
Okay.
into the season.
So this
Yeah.
week episodes 6 and 7, then 8, 9.
Damn it, Taz.
I think we're going to
So
do.
I would actually do 8, 9, and 10 together because
Yeah, do 8, 9, and 10
because
together.
8, 9, and 10. If you look at episode titles, it is a 3-part
A
finale.
3-parter.
Oh, okay. So then
And-
episode 6, then
Yeah.
episode 7, then
I'd
8, 9,
argue-
10.
I'd argue, even though it's not officially labeled it, the way episode 7 plays
No,
out,
7, it feels like
I'd
part
argue it's more like a 4-part finale.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
interesting.
thinking, honestly, though, like I was thinking of doing 6 and 7 together next week because
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
it
they
fits.
go.
It fits.
And then I
It
thought
fits.
about doing the final couple individually because they are so big and there's so much to
could do
talk
that.
about.
Yeah,
individually. I love
yeah,
your
each-
guys.
Each of the 3.
Well, yeah,
and
then that would work too.
Yeah,
You
I
could do
think
that.
we might
It
do
would
that,
go
and it'll
over- it
line
would go
itself
over 4 weeks.
perfectly.
I mean, I will
Yeah.
say this: as far as like 2-parter or 3-parter film, I think the last 3 episodes of X-Men '97 might be my favorite like 2 or 3-parter thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
each one of those 3 parts ends in like a big what the
Like
fuck.
you're like, what the
way.
fuck? Like,
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's kind of why I want to do that because I want. to, like,
Because you
hear
just
it.
want to see me suffer. You just
Yes.
want to see me
Yes,
suffer
exactly.
I
for an
want you to do
entire
it how
week.
we did it.
Taz, you brought this up upon yourself.
You could have watched it live, man. You gotta watch it
I
live.
know.
And
And I would have been in the same.
I,
That's why I didn't watch it live.
Taz is gonna be like,
Literally
I
the
did
reason
my
why.
waiting 2 years of it.
Yeah, really.
and then you're
You're
gonna
like,
go into season 2.
Oh,
and
I
throw
don't
it out
know
for
what
week 5.
happens in the next episode. I definitely didn't watch it.
Taz, I know you kind of wanted to talk about a movie you saw this week. You saw a
I
pretty
did.
crazy movie in cinemas.
I did see a crazy movie.
Are you
Some.
obsessed?
I might be. It seems like
One Fantastic Four movie or another Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah,
Take
they're
your
both
pick.
kind of
yeah.
Alrighty. Well, we're back with some for X-Men 97. Back.
Guitar theme.
Which what are the episodes that we're talking about today, Taz? Yeah, there it is. Say it once, and now we're done.
I'm not. Don't even have to say it.
Episode 7. Obviously, these are the follow-up episodes from the event that is episode 5. I think these episodes have a very high, a very high bar to set. A very important job for the rest of the season is how do you follow up episode 5, which was a big thing. We had so many theories going into episode 6 and where it would go, and you obviously had a lot of your theories last week, or not last week, but a couple weeks ago. So let's start with episode 6, which is the
storm
return.
Episode.
Yes, the storm
Life, Death,
and
Part 2,
and obviously the return of Mr. Charles Xavier as well.
That too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
how do you feel, buddy?
I thought Professor X was very different. Like, very different from what I remember. And again, maybe it's just because it had been so long since I had seen the original show, but like, it was very interesting seeing this version of Xavier, like, who had not necessarily forgotten who he was, but had distanced himself from his past life in order to sort of blend in, become accepted into this alien society, which I thought was a very interesting angle and something that I had never seen from Professor X before. So I thought that was a very interesting storyline, and I think kind of the whole like marriage with him and what's her name, Lilandra. Yeah. I think that was all very, very interesting. Like, there's a lot of story there that obviously we didn't see over the year and a half, 2-year jump that it's supposed to be from the initial finale, or the original finale of the 90s series. But I do like how it all kind of culminated in him trying to then show her people his way of doing things, go into the mindscape and everything like that. Classes in session kind of thing. I did like that quite a bit. And then he gets kind of this glimpse of some horrific event happening back on Earth, and he's like, ooh, screw all of this. I need to go back. I need to go back to my students. And I think that
like traumatizing, but like they were drinking wine and making love and dancing and just
they were having fun, and it just like
the giant gambit skull falling upon him is so traumatizing. I do kind of agree. I love that actor that plays Charles. That's Red Skull, and he's Robot from Invincible, and like
I did not
fantastic
know that.
Actor. Yeah,
and in The Walking Dead too.
He's in The Walking Dead, one of my favorite characters in The Walking Dead. He's great. His Charles, I think, is okay. I don't hate him. Incredible. It's definitely, I think, the most different voice for one of these voice actors. Like, I think every other actor that was recast for the show is very much like, it sounds like them, really. Like, they're great fan casting. This is definitely he sounds different.
Fan casting?
Or not, I mean, not fan casting, but like all the new
recasting.
Yeah.
Oh, question is Cyclops in 97? Is he the same voice that's voicing him now in Rivals?
Rivals?
Yes. Rivals. Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
I thought you were going to say the old voice.
No. But so it is the same voice as
it's the same one.
He's doing it in Rivals too.
Yeah.
Which is great. Have you seen the things that he's been posting with Alex Lee? With Cyclops and Daredevil in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, the thing with them. Yeah, it's great.
Optiblast.
Yeah. They're actually bringing back a few of this X-Men crowd to play their characters, because they added Rogue a little bit before Cyclops, and it's this same woman who played Rogue in both 92 and 97. Same voice. Yeah,
That's awesome. That's awesome.
There were, like, out of everybody that came back from 92 to 97, it was, for playing their original characters, I think it was only 4 of them.
Okay. And what is
being
Rogue, Wolverine,
Beast, and Storm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody else either was brought in to play a different character, or was either played by a different actor, or you had actors like Chris Potter, who played Gambit originally in the '90s cartoon, but plays Cable now in '97. So,
Right.
yeah, and then you have like other characters that going back to like that Motendo Jubilee arcade episode, that like older kind of gritty Jubilee that you saw that had like the spiky shoulder pads and everything. That older character that's played by the original Jubilee actress Allison Court from '92, and she's played the regular Jubilee is played by Holly Chow now in this series. I'm sorry, I know too much about this.
No, it's great. It's great though.
There was one other one that's brought over that I just remembered. Nightcrawler from '92 is same person in '97. Adrian Hope.
Okay. Very cool.
I do love the carryover of the Who Was a Person Without Their Memories storyline that we've been telling this season, and they've been doing that for a couple characters. Obviously, the big Jean plotline this season. Of like, do you love me or am I just a lovely memory? Like that whole stuff, and like, yeah, she might not be herself, and like, but is she the same person even if she doesn't remember who she is? And they tackle that in a different way with Charles, where it's like they want him to remove the X-Men, remove his memories from Earth, and embrace this new lifestyle. And it's like, okay, sure, he could do that, but then he would
cease to be Charles Xavier at that point.
Who is he? Like, he's been here for a year. He would have a year worth of memories. Like, it would be nearly impossible. Like, the person she's about to marry would be a different man.
Right.
So I think that commentary, I think, is very interesting and very fascinating. And I do like that we get a little philosophical with him, and like getting like, breaking down these concepts to a race that had never seen this perspective before. I thought was very interesting. I didn't like the ending of this episode the first time I watched it. And I'm still not sure how I feel about it, because my favorite thing about the pitch of the show was like, what is the X-Men without Professor Xavier? Who is how does Magneto stand up and lead the team and stuff like that? And so I'm not going to say what happens throughout the season or going into next season, but he's heading home, right? That's how the episode ends. And so I remember at the time I was like, no, I don't want that. I want stay up there, Charles. I want to see them do their shit on their own.
So here's my idea. He's gonna come home. He's gonna check on the kids. He's gonna wonder why they burned the gosh darn house down. He's gonna help fix everything, and he's gonna be like, peace. Going back to space. Gonna go get married to this alien from space that's also like the queen of this planet or something, and I'm gonna go live happily ever after. If you need me, let me know. I'll be able to be in touch. Hit me up on Discord. Peace.
Yeah, I like how this. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I like how this episode shed some more light on the Shi'ar side of things, because I mean, I always love that side of the X-Men world, and if you didn't see the original series, I think it catches you up very nicely. But if you did and you're familiar with it, then all the story beats that they're saying are clicking in your head and are tying together really well. Yeah. So it's just, kind of some extra credit there for you. And it was cool seeing characters like Lilandra, Gladiator, Deathbird, all those characters again, because, there were quite a number of times in the original series where the X-Men and the Shi'ar were often brought to conflict, and seeing kind of Charles be the one connecting thread that brings everything together was a nice touch. And to Darren's point, after he gets that vision, his priorities instantly switch, and I like that side of him where he's like he would rather go back into the nightmare that's real than keep living a dream that's a lie. And I like that aspect of it a lot.
Hello, Jason. Yeah, I think the ending also is like a good follow-up to kind of the what was talked about in episode 2, where Eric is like, you finally understand what I've known all this time. Charles Xavier isn't always right. And I think you see the human side of Charles in that moment of like, I don't think that's necessarily the best course of option. He's about to stop a war. He's about to potentially save an entire civilization. But at the end of the day, Charles is human. Charles, he's just like any of us, where he ultimately will crumble when it comes to things that's closer to him. The X-Men are his weakness, and so that moment of like throwing all the work he had just done away, probably hurting thousands upon thousands of lives, going away and not committing to this, I think is technically the wrong move for Charles. He should probably, like, technically on a moral standpoint, should stay and like finish this out before going back home. But it's him, and it's like those are his kids, and he has to go help them. He has to go save his kids. Like that's who like at the end of the day, he's a good leader, he's a good mutant, but he's a father, and that's who he is. I like that.
We don't love the X-Men because they're perfect characters. We love them because they're real characters.
No, I think it's like the realest thing Charles has done in this continuity so far is like. I like when they can allow Charles to be like, I think sometimes like I think they often write Patrick Stewart's Xavier to be like the perfect man, and he is like the golden standard all the time, and I like that this at least in 97 they make him a very flawed character in my opinion.
Yes,
and I really like that,
and he should be.
There are ways to do the flawed Xavier right and ways to do the flawed Xavier wrong, because in Last Stand when they try to do the flawed Xavier bit where they're like, wait, you put these psychic barriers up against Jean in her mind, it's like, okay, well that's kind of objectively wrong, and the drama between him and Wolverine there felt very forced and not the right way to go about that sort of thing, where he's like, I don't have to explain myself to you. He's like, you messed with her mind without her knowledge, and it's like, yes, sometimes you could write that stuff better.
Mm-hmm. We on the other side of that plot line, we had the second part of the Storm storyline, Life Death Part 2, which was probably how they should have actually formatted. I think the whole like Motendo storyline. I think this worked a lot better. Like it's two separate storylines, but they
interweave. Yes,
I wish they did that with that
rather than having them very distinct. Like, I like the back and forth. You're right.
It works a lot better for me. I know they had very different tones, so maybe it would have been hard for them to do, but I still think I should have probably attempted that. But with that being said, yes, they did finish the Storm storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Taz, how have you felt about where they've taken Storm this season so far?
I like the journey. I like kind of the idea that it's all very much so kind of like a mental thing for her, that like the power's always there sort of story, but it also does almost seem like it's an adventure for the sake of self-discovery. Like they had to give her a reason to appreciate who she is and what she has, so they had to like strip it away from her, show her what her life could be like without it, and then basically say, okay, well, you don't necessarily have to do anything crazy other than just like believe that you've got your powers back, and you do. Which was somewhat interesting, but not necessarily my favorite storyline of the season, honestly. Like I found the stuff with Professor X way more engaging in this episode, for me at least. Not that it was bad or anything like that. I just think that it did kind of feel very like very predictable where they were going with it. And again, I'm glad that we're at this point where she's got her powers back and then she can kind of rejoin the fight. But I do wish they had almost maybe made it a little bit tougher for her to get her powers back.
It's definitely my least favorite storyline this season. Not that it's bad. I think if this is their weakest storyline, then you have an incredible season, because I think it's
right.
So good.
Exactly.
But I do kind of agree. She just kind of get it back pretty easily.
It feels the most like a cartoon storyline, right? Like it feels the most like a kid's cartoon. Like, oh no, my powers are gone. Whatever will I do? Let's go on this journey of self-discovery, and you had the power beneath you the whole time. Now I just need to make sure I believe and I can use my powers. Like, that's kind of how it felt.
Unfortunately, I think they needed her gone from the Genosha storyline because
just to make sure she didn't get killed.
With that too, I think she's too powerful. Like she would literally raise hell. Like she is the character that she is such a mother character, and her seeing that happen, I think she would immediately go to Genosha and raise it. Like I don't think she could have been.
Well, my only, I guess, devil's advocate to that would be you literally had Madeline Pryor and Jean Grey both in the vicinity of it, and neither of them really did anything.
Well, I kind of mean post, like
okay.
Like I think she's like, I think Storm is kind of a failure of their own success. Like I think Storm is so powerful that they sometimes struggle how to write her sometimes. Like I think especially how you introduced her in the season. Like she's like MVP of the team by far. She's showing her shit. She's doing such big things, and we'll see that as we go into the back half of the season here, as she's officially kind of seen the events and seen what happens. I don't know if they knew how to write her in this storyline. I think maybe that is why they kind of been like, go over there and do that thing over there. I definitely like where, like, I think the scene itself when she gets her powers back, she's flying.
Yes, that was very cool. Yes,
such a cool moment. Yeah.
And like the costume redesign and stuff like that, that was cool to kind of give her like the ultimate look and everything like that.
Yeah, I prefer the cloaked 90s look, but I thought this one was it still looked cool. I just generally prefer that like all white with the red emblems on the shoulders look for Storm, because I mean, granted, you can call it nostalgia. That's just my preferred look for that character. But I thought this still looked good. I'd say that out of like all the medias that it's been in, like I like the way it looked here, even though I didn't dislike it in this other show. I think it looked way better here than in something like Wolverine and the X-Men. Even though I didn't dislike how it looked, I just think it was better done here.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely. I don't know. Okay, that's what I was going to say. I'm also not a fan of the Forge stuff. Not that I dislike Forge. I think Forge as a character is great. I don't like the immediate, like, you're my queen and I love you, and, like, you're the love of my life. Oh, yeah,
that was all. I was like, did I miss something? Like, where did this... Like, why are they doing that?
Every time. Like... And like I think what's worse is she kind of like reciprocates it at the end. Like I think it makes sense as someone would like idolize Storm. Of course you would. She's a goddess. Like I get it. I get it, Forge. I do. But her immediately being like yes, my love, we'll go off together. I was like, what? What the hell? You just
like this guy like just kind of like this guy kind of also betrayed you like immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on there. Like this storyline was like. This storyline was not necessarily... It just feels like it wasn't thought out as thoroughly as everything else this season.
And I think it stands out because it is such a great show. Like, I think everything else is almost at, like, a 9 or a 10 for me. So this one thing is,
like a 7 out of 10 storyline was just kind of like, it was okay.
A link, Jordan, link? Okay, I'll send you a link.
Wait.
Like Rhett in Link?
Wait, he didn't get no invite?
Link sausages? Maybe?
LinkedIn? Chain link fence?
Link's crossbow training?
Maybe.
Great game, by the way, if no one's played it.
Oh, man. Yeah. No, this is great. I like episode 5. It's probably my, like, second least favorite episode. I'd say,
next to 4?
Yeah, I think, like, this and 4 are, like, these are, like, the only two where I'm like, okay, this is... Like, these are good. I just think in comparison to everything else, they'd be... If, like, this is, like, a 9.5 season for me. So, yeah, these... Still good episodes. Still very good episodes. And that moment, too, I get emotional when she's, like, looking at the TV. Like, they're about to go off together, and they see the screen, and it's like... Fuck. Like, every time they go back to the events of episode 5, it's like, fuck. Like, it really hits.
And I love the horror tone, too, that the adversary brings into that episode. And every time we bring up, like, this episode and in the past, Darren, you would ask if like a different character was named this,
Yeah,
and
but
I just,
yes.
I just said it's funny how it comes around to that.
Speaking of my adversary, hello, Darren.
Your adversary.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. Hey, did you see your phone? I texted you.
I did not.
I can't say it out loud.
Interesting.
Keeping secrets here, are we?
Ah, okay.
Would you care to share with the rest of the class?
All I can. Okay. How do I? Okay.
Can you put it in the private chat up there?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, throw it in the private chat.
Oh, they didn't think about it for a second. He's like, "Can I?"
He's just typing away.
There you go. Boom.
Oh,
Good, Tony.
Okay.
oh, okay.
Good, Tony.
Holy shit.
That's coming up, isn't it? That's in a couple. What, a week?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
And compared to the first, miles better. Holy shit. I'm like, oh my god, what this is a different show. Like, what happened?
It's like here and here.
Oh, I immediate out the gate. I'm like, holy shit. Hour long of fucking great shit.
I'm
God,
excited.
the writing was so good.
Guys, he finally watched The Boys. There you go.
Ah!
He's talking about Gotham Knights, guys. Don't
Oh,
worry.
yeah.
Season 2 of Gotham Knights, guys. It is fucking crazy, man. Batman is actually alive. It's fucking crazy, man.
And his favorite part was me as Red Hood.
Ooh.
No shit.
Hey, you know what, Taz? I feel like if you played Red Hood, you know, you wouldn't be stuck on the role years after your show ended and bashing other people who want to play the character.
Oh,
I feel like you'd be a
gosh.
much better sport about it.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder who that is.
I forgot about that.
So did
boy.
everyone else until people bring it up again.
Yeah.
Let me redo this. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I had to stop in the middle of the episode too. Just kind of a pain.
Who knows?
Comic-Con.
Who knows?
Comic-Con.
Well, no, I literally had to stop because my wife was on the phone with new insurance.
Yeah,
So-
I saw your thing, by the way, about the jump in quote estimation. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, $555, and we found a quote that is less than $1,000 for the home alone, and then the autos. We're literally cutting our auto insurance in half,
Home
and
Alone.
we're also getting pet insurance for Lucifer. So,
Is that what you call her after she got skunkified?
you guys didn't hear this. So, like, literally, I was letting her out of the backyard to go up to the side door to go inside, and I didn't see anything. So I'm like, okay. She walks right past me to go out to the car, like where the cars are parked, and then goes up to the door, and she knows to wait for me to let her in. You know what's crossing the road across the street over into my direction? A fucking deer. Did she run after it? You bet your fucking ass she did. And I'm screaming for her. My wife is screaming for her. Oh my god. And thank God, cars that were driving slowed down because they saw the deer. They saw her. Yeah, she's lucky I didn't beat her ass within an inch of her life because I was about to. But then Shelby, in that yelly voice that I want to avoid like the plague, bed, screaming bed, which means you go to your bed and you lay in it. And I'm like, yeah, you go do that. Don't you go do that.
When the boss says jump, you say how high.
Exactly. What are we talking about, boys?
Talking about X-Men 97.
Woke men.
X-Men 97,
Going through the show for the
episodes
first time.
6 and 7.
You're watching X-Men for the first time?
Taz
Yeah.
is watching
He is.
yes,
Yeah.
the show for the first time. Yes.
97 or the original?
97.
About to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
like,
because so
get this
Whoa.
clear.
so
wait a
I
minute.
didn't. Yeah, so I didn't watch it when it first came out. I tried
Okay.
to watch it like maybe last year or something, and then something came up, and I just never got into it. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna save it until right before the new season comes out. Like I've wanted to watch it for a while. I just haven't fit it into my schedule.
Gotcha. Okay.
we just got done talking about episode 6, and we're about to move on to episode 7, which is one of my favorite episodes of X-Men 97.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is like, I think episode 6 is like, it's kind of like a chill episode. It's like, okay, we don't want to jump into back to normalcy yet. It's kind of like a breather episode. You're like, all right, relax.
Yeah.
Calm down. Episode 7 is like back to business. Let's continue on.
Yeah.
It is the ramifications of episode 5. So Taz, how did you feel about episode 7?
I think it was probably the best way that you could carry on from like all of just the craziness, right? It was again kind of like a bridging the gap episode, a picking up the pieces sort of episode, and at the very tail end, that's when you got a lot of like the lead on as far as like what we can expect going into this. I wouldn't even say back half of the season, but like what the final 4 episode arc, right? You kind of final 3 episode arc, sorry, might I say, is you teed this up as 8, 9, 10 are like all one big finale. And like technically even episode 7 is like the start of that, you said, right? Which is why I said 4, which is why I said a 4 episode finale.
Fair.
Yeah,
Right?
I would make the argument that with the way 8, 9, and 10 work, episode 7, like it really is more of a 4-part finale.
Right. Is like especially it seems like the end bit here for episode 7, like that is really just kickstarting our journey into these final few episodes.
Oh yeah.
Which again, I think that they did really well with showing just like the aftermath of the attack, showing how it's affecting all of our characters very differently. Showing how, you know, the cleanup effort and stuff is going, and how certain characters are going to more extremes than others. As well as, I called it, of course, I'm going to jump to the end of the episode. Our boy, Magneto, Mr. Eric himself, is still alive and well. I mean, well, alive.
No.
Maybe not well.
Good job.
But we're good there.
If
And
they,
like I
if-
said,
were you
go ahead.
surprised at all? Were you surprised?
what, that he was still alive?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
not in the slightest.
Okay.
Not in
I'm-
the slightest.
I'm just making sure because, like, they play it up like, oh, by the way, like, no, come on. There's
Yeah.
no way.
yeah,
One death in that episode was made a lot more clear than the other.
yeah.
So
Yes. Trask. Yes.
Which is why I still don't know if Madeline Pryor's like completely gone. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, even if like she's dead now, like we've got Cable, we've got time travel, we've got
True.
more clones and mind transference and all this stuff.
What
So
about Leech,
I'm
though?
all right. R.I.P. my boy Leech. He got transported into the X-Men video game, or into the Wolverine video game.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
It's true.
And I love now that they what I was talking about before, how they brought actors from the original series back to play new characters. Valerie in this series, the blonde woman that wears the pink and the black. She's actually voiced by Catherine Disher, who played Jean Grey originally. So it's another way of them bringing back one of the old cast members.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Very cool.
We also, I mean, speaking of bringing characters back, we find out that Emma Frost is not dead. She just
Yes.
formed, mutated, if you will, which I thought that was
Ooh.
Yeah.
very. I'm glad, because I think Emma really didn't have much to do in the original show. I think she showed up
No,
a couple times.
She was just really contained to the Hellfire Club episodes.
Yeah. So it seems like, I guess, semi-spoiler, it seems like she's going to play a bigger role in season 2, which is pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. That's all I'll say there.
Yep.
That is a spoiler.
Okay.
It is a spoiler. That is true.
Again, it's my fault for not watching it early enough. So I don't mind. I've told you guys this over the years. I've cared less and less about spoilers. Like if I really care about spoilers on something, I'll watch it right away. If I don't watch something immediately, that's basically me saying go ahead and spoil it. Like it's not, it doesn't affect me.
So are
It's
you
not
going to
going to
wait?
impact my enjoyment.
So are you going to wait like an entire year to watch Doomsday and pray you don't get spoiled on it?
I mean, here's the thing: we know a lot of stuff about Doomsday. I know too much.
Do we?
I know more about Doomsday than I'd like to. Let's
I
just
feel like
put it
we
that
don't
way.
know what we don't know.
Hey,
Yes.
and I'll just say this: even if you feel like you've seen something, there's no guarantee that what you've seen ends up in the final movie.
Yeah,
Right, or what you've seen is real.
And definitely don't retweet and post leaked footage on your Twitter because that's definitely a smart
Yeah.
idea.
And then go back and forth claiming it's AI or not AI.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Avengers, Taz, we had several
Yes.
Avengers.
Oh yeah, I
characters.
forgot about that.
Fucking
I forgot
Captain
about that.
America.
I did message you. I'm like,
What's-
dude, what is Captain America doing here?
Voiced by Josh Keaton.
I don't know if
Yeah.
it was done on purpose, but there's the line where Beast quotes a Mr. Rogers quote, and seconds later Mr. Rogers shows up. Not the same Mr. Rogers, but still a Mr. Rogers, which I think
That is true. That is true.
which
Yeah.
not my favorite Captain America we've seen. Obviously, he's a bit of a dick, but I think it's what they needed for the episode. They needed someone to
Yeah.
be the governmental pony boy that well, I can't pick sides, Rogan.
I mean,
Not my favorite
yeah.
look for Cap, but I get what they're going for.
You could argue it was one of those moments, and this is not me defending it, but you can either get this mindset or you don't. It's one of those situations where a non-X-Men character is put in a worse light to make the X-Men look better by comparison. So, you can either like a way that's done or not. It can go either way. I didn't adamantly hate it, but Cap's role in the series is not huge when you look at just the season in a vacuum, but when you take into account that this was the same Captain America, technically, from all those cartoons back in the day, you notice a little bit of inconsistencies where you're like, is this really the same character? Because sometimes it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen the 90s universe as a whole, but it does feel like a very mosh posh in continuity. Like from what I've heard, it's very much oh, they did this, and then they did this, and then they did this over here.
I believe so. I literally. So it's so funny that you mentioned that. I think I have a video in my watch later saved. Let me find it.
Oh, where it was the original crossover where they we're talking about how all those different shows kind of came together.
Yeah, and it was basically how they were all kind of a mess. Whose video was that?
Yeah, they. So, to their defense, at least back then, I don't think they were making it adamantly clear that every version of a character was the same. When you had the X-Men in their cartoon, and then when they crossed over with Spider-Man, it was clear, oh, hey, it's that X-Men. But when you had Captain America pop up for that one X-Men 90s cartoon episode with Wolverine, and then you see Captain America show up in Spider-Man animated series a couple years later, there's nothing that really tells you, oh, it's that same Captain America. By just association, you kind of assume it is, but there's no thing that really carries over to hit that home. Same thing with Iron Man, where you had two seasons of the Iron Man cartoon, and then he appears in Spider-Man. The threads with those characters are a little bit more loose. I feel like those characters, the Marvel characters that we see in this, feel like retooled versions of the later versions of them that we saw. So the most recent area you saw those characters in before this, for a lot of them was the Spider-Man animated series. That's where you saw a lot of those characters for the most recent time prior to this. And I could buy that those characters we see here are continuations of those characters, not necessarily the ones that started all the way back.
Fair. We also had a fun little Quicksilver cameo, which was fun.
Yeah.
From Morph,
Yes.
and also Ross, which is probably my favorite cameo, actually. I love the scene where it's don't worry, this was meant for the Hulk, and it's she gets in there with ease. I was that's continuity.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Putting to use that Captain Marvel power that she stole all those years back. Which is,
I love Rogue's journey this episode.
I was about to ask you, Taz. Yeah, this is a big Rogue-centered episode. Can't talk about this episode without talking about Rogue.
Yes.
How are you feeling about the Rogue journey so far this season?
I'm really liking her this season. Again, she is an X-Men character that I don't really necessarily think about a ton when I think of the X-Men, oddly enough, just because when I think X-Men, a lot of times I think more so like some of the animated shows that I've seen in the past, like X-Men Evolution, and I think about the original movies and stuff like that, where Rogue was, yes, a bigger character in that first movie, but kind
They
of
don't do
fizzled
her
out
well.
towards
Yeah.
but they're actually like giving her the time of day here and giving her a really good storyline, a really good emotional arc. And she is very distraught and very hurt after the death of Gambit, and she is rightfully so kind of on this like vengeance and anger tour that leads us to the end of this episode here, where she finds, basically somebody who she can pin responsibility for all of, for the attack and everything on. And when given the opportunity, she's just like, yeah, screw this, I'm going to kill the guy. Which is not a very, this is not the Jedi way. It's not a very X-Men thing you would think to do, unless your name is Wolverine.
I love how like Wolverine's like, yeah, that's what we all wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Rogue's rebuttal when he's like, "You're supposed to be the good guys. You killed those."
That's
Yeah.
Oh my god. And the visuals too, and that ending in the rain, beautiful stuff.
Well, it
Yes.
just goes to show, because that typical notion of like heroes don't kill their villains, or like heroes don't go that extra step. Like I think it's smart to actually show that she was pushed to that limit, that she's going to go that far, that she's willing to take that extra step.
Yeah.
I mean, the grand scheme of things, like it's always that question of, okay, why doesn't Batman just kill the Joker? Well, his no kill code. Okay, well that means Joker's going to get locked up, then he's going to break out again and kill more people, right? It's a constant loop. So the fact that Rogue is willing to do it, and the fact is no one, like, yeah, they all started to like talk about it, but it wasn't like a thing to where, Rogue, you did a bad thing. It's like,
and no one
It
tried
was
to
like
stop her.
it was kind of like that was not expected, but we understand it, we accept it.
the X-Men are not, the X-Men are not Batman. The X-Men are not Spider-Man, who traditionally doesn't kill villains.
Or Daredevil, unless you're Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Yeah, well, it's like, okay, at a certain point, these characters do reach their limit, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Spider-Man gets pushed that limit with Aunt May's death or something, he might kill somebody.
We saw that he would have, because he almost killed Green Goblin.
Yeah, and then you say and then you could say, okay, well, Batman doesn't break. Well, look through the multiverse in DC. There are Batmen that do break. Kevin Conroy's Batman in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover, he broke and killed Superman. So, yeah.
And I think it's great commentary with the story they're telling this season. Like, Xavier isn't here to tell them what's right and what's wrong. They are now grown up, and they have to make their own decisions. And having
They have
Magneto
to learn this on their own.
as their leader, you see the various X-Men go different directions of like, where do we stand? Like, who are we ultimately, and where is our moral code? I think like Cyclops is going through that same thing this season, where he's definitely more Charles than a lot of the other characters, but we see him leaning. Maybe he is more like Magneto than he wants to admit. Like the whole scene in like episode 5, I don't think we talked about that last time, but like his whole scene, or like thank God we're different, because like you guys would be fucked without
It's
us.
the only reason you're still alive.
It's so good. Yeah.
And he's not wrong.
No, he's not. But it's definitely more of the like, Charles would be like, no, we love everyone equally. We're all equal. And he's like, no, the fuck we're not. Like, we are special, and thank God. Like, it's good that we are. Like, you need us. Like, it's...
You need me to save you.
Yeah. And I'll say, as character-driven as the Rogue side of that episode is, I think it kind of... I think it simultaneously accomplishes two different things. One, it's a great arc for her, while filling out more of the Marvel world at the same time, not only with characters she interacts with, but places that she goes. And it tells you how the rest of the world is affected by what's been happening. And that's something I always look for in these stories, is how is the surrounding world affected? Because then, like, if you never really show that, then ultimately, why do these places matter other than them just serving as cool visuals for the action to happen on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think the show has some of the best world building I've seen.
Yeah.
In like a Marvel or like a superhero project.
Yeah.
Like I think they do a fantastic job of kind of setting that up.
Especially given the fact that it was a universe that was built up and established decades ago.
Yeah. Taz, we had the return of Cable. Cable's back.
Yes.
Defeated. We got our introduction to a Prime Sentinel as well. Won't dive too much into that. I think we'll get more into that maybe next week. But
okay.
Just based on what you've seen so far, thoughts on Prime Sentinels?
I mean, pretty cool stuff there. I mean, that's all I really know. I mean, I think I really do kind of like the Sentinel storylines. Like, I think that it's very interesting, like how much of like an unstoppable force that these things become at times. And again, think of a show like, what was it, Wolverine and the X-Men, right? Where like they were all dead, basically. Or like very, most of them were, and then it was like kind of Wolverine picking up the pieces, and it just like these Sentinels were just like an unrelenting force throughout that entire show, and that is kind of like when I think about Sentinels, that's the show that comes to mind, and that's the version of them that comes to mind. But yeah, I think 97 is going to do a really really good job of showing not just the standard Sentinels that you're used to, but kind of an evolution, so to speak, to that kind. Yeah,
He said the thing.
I would honestly like to see Prime Sentinels be the, pardon the pun, the prime source of conflict for an X-Men movie. Like, have it being like you have a bunch of normal-looking people on the surface, even though some of them don't look normal, that have these fantastic abilities, fighting against a lot of humans that are melded with robotics. And I think there's just a lot of good thematics and drama that you can pull from that.
We had a Jubilee and Roberto storyline. He finally comes out to his mother as a mutant, which Happy Pride. It's very queer coded storyline, which it's one of my favorite things. Like, maybe that's why I like the X-Men so much, because it's often very queer coded in the storylines they're telling, and and I thought that was a very interesting look at it, where it's like, oh, like I felt that was very real, where it's like, oh, we love you and we accept you, but don't tell anybody because we'll lose money. Like, it's
better than like what X-Men 2 did, where they're like, well, have you tried not being a mutant?
I do like that line too, because that's very queer coded, where it's like, oh yeah. Okay, they knew exactly what they were doing there.
Oh yeah.
You tried unplugging it and plugging it back in, maybe you'll lose your powers. Like a hard restart.
Software reboot.
Yeah.
But that's very fun.
Did you download the latest drivers or version of Windows?
Did you install your latest update?
No, that's the Prime Sentinels.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Make sure they install some antivirus.
Or else you'll be infected with malware.
Yeah.
We can keep the tech jokes going all night, but anyway, continue there.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Kind of the big ending, like you already said, Taz, Magneto's alive. He's being shaved by a certain someone. I'm not gonna say who it
someone
is.
very sinister.
Is that who you think it is?
I think.
Oh.
Maybe.
I mean,
Here's what I'll say. It's not the same voice actor as Sinister.
No.
That's all I'll say.
Mystique?
possible.
Oh man. Okay, we're in for it here then.
Anything is possible in the world of X-Men.
Mm-hmm. I'll say when that episode aired,
except a good telling of the Phoenix story, apparently.
All I'll say is when that episode aired, I was like, "Who the hell is that?"
Yeah, I feel like.
Am I crazy? I thought it looked like Mr. Sinister. I thought it was supposed to be. No, I'm just misremembering it now.
I'll just say no. It's not Sinister.
I'll just
okay.
And I'll say this: yes, I knew the character, but I feel like the show does a good job of telling non-X-Men comic fans who this character is.
I had no idea who it was when that. I was like, This was my first
Interesting.
introduction.
Okay.
I'll say that.
Okay.
It'll be a journey. It'll be a journey.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see what you think of this.
Now, are you gonna watch all three since the 3-parter?
No, I think Darren wants me to watch them week to week.
We did miss out on a week, so we can't do the all in different weeks. I think next week we're going to do.
Okay, so do 8 and 9. Okay, 8 and 9 next week, and then
the finale we'll do as well.
Okay. All right, let me write that down.
Episode 8 ends in a way where I'm like, we need to talk about the ending of episode 8. So
okay.
Yeah. For those who know, no.
Okay.
It gets super
9.
woke. Super
episode
woke.
9, I mean, like the end of episode 9 is like, oh my god.
Okay.
Oh god, yeah. Episode 9's ending.
Yeah, like that. There's a reason I'm like, oh yeah, I want to talk about that separately, and then the final episode obviously opens. We can end it, and then we'll go.
Yeah.
Into 96.
And I'm curious because probably won't be here when Taz talks about it because Darren doesn't like me having on the show. But when you see how season 1 wraps up, Taz, I'm curious to know if you have a thought of what this could be leading to besides what you see on screen. That's all I'll say.
You haven't seen any marketing for season 2 yet, right?
No, the only thing that I know is that the dude from Obsession is is voicing a young Cable.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
That's all I know.
there's certain things you'll see on screen that's like, okay, this is where we're going, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a thing that I want to ask you about when you finish it that you don't see, but you're like, but if you know comics and you know X-Men, you're gonna go, I think I know where they're heading. I think I know what's coming.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
It'll be a fun
All
couple
right.
weeks.
I'm gonna be on the lookout for that then.
I can't believe we're 3 weeks out from season 2. I can't.
Crazy.
Yeah, season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yep, and we already know that a 4th is being made.
Yeah. Which is very exciting.
which
Wait,
is
didn't I thought they said something about 4 and 5, right?
No,
Or
3
am
and
I being
4.
crazy?
For
3 and 4.
now,
3 and
now-
4. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they are a lot more ahead of this than they let on through social media.
since we have 4 seasons, we know that confirmed. Jake, I'm telling you, they're fucking doing it. They're doing it.
I know.
I don't know how they're gonna pull it off. I don't know how they're gonna do it. Anyways,
There's one thing I know that I'm not going to say.
What?
I know they said at one point in time they had like a 5-season plan. Obviously, that could change to more or less, but they've said originally, if they get their way, at least 5 seasons.
if they're doing what I think they're doing, they would need at least 2 seasons to cover that. At least. There's so much story to it. There's no way they could do it in 1 season. Unless that season had like 20 episodes.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo.
I think okay, I'm gonna put my hat in the ring right now and say
Put
that
your hat
there's
in the ring.
some
Put it
more
in.
there's more time travel stuff that's gonna happen. Like I think we're gonna get kind of like almost like another like Days of
X-Men Left Jordan, but if you want a link, let me know. Actually, it should be the same link as last time. All right, let's move on for our last topic here. I say last topic, but it's 2 pretty big episodes.
I might have to leave a little early somewhere in between this, but I'll let you know.
No worries. X-Men 97 episodes. What is it? Episode 8 and episode
8 and 9.
9. The penultimate week for us. I say like penultimate week, although we're just going to go straight into the new
Straight into season 2.
Yeah,
So it's gonna be very
Taz,
perfect timing.
Taz,
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Yeah, you
I'm
can get
good.
bro.
I'm good. Like we're in it now.
Magneto was right.
Magneto.
Yeah.
Was right.
Mm-hmm.
You could say there were some fatal attractions to these episodes.
Yeah, literally.
What big episodes? I
Yeah.
like. Do you get what I meant when I said originally I was going to do these as 3 separate weeks? Because
Yes.
every episode
Because they
is massive.
all 3 end with big what the fuck moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, yeah. Especially episode 9 for me, but
Also, episode 8.
Oh yeah. No.
has-
Episode 8 ended very well. Episode 9, I was like, what are we even?
What the
What's
fuck?
going on? Yeah.
Episode 8 arguably has the best visuals out of the entire series so far.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And Darren knows exactly what shot I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. How are you feeling, Taz? Weird. Only 1 episode
Dude.
left.
Oh.
There's just like there's so much going on. Like it's so it's incredible how much stuff they're fitting into like a 25-minute episode.
And the finale is 42 minutes.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
you didn't know that?
No, I didn't. Oh, wow. I'm in for a treat this week then.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
what a lot of Disney Plus shows screw the pooch with, is the finale ends up feeling rushed.
Like the last 3 episodes of the show are just perfect episodes for real television.
Okay.
You could air that in like a cinema. Like you could tag those episodes together.
So this is a movie. It is a movie. Yeah.
It is
for all intents and purposes.
Like,
yeah.
You know how like when shows back in the day used to like be like, hey, these 2 episodes could fit a movie, like, and then just release on DVD. You could do that so effectively.
I say that.
Oh, for sure.
I'm glad you didn't like this though, because the ending of episode 9, I wanted to have.
You wanted me to no. You just wanted me to suffer. Is what you wanted me to do.
Well,
Taz, though, where it's like, oh my god, what are we doing?
Taz is probably doing a lot better than Logan, but anyway.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, so I will say this all still definitely makes me think we're going like the time travel route. Again, obviously I haven't seen the trailer for season 2 or anything like that, but there's so much just like the world is broken. Magneto ripped a part of the planet out. We've got an asteroid of mutants. We've got, Wolverine getting his adamantium skeleton ripped out. Is Jean dead, alive, something? Cable is... something's going on with Cable. Dude, I don't even know. Also, I feel so stupid last week. Because I literally forgot that there were 2 separate people, that Mr. Sinister and Bastion were completely different characters. They just, in my mind, they just blended together. And then I started watching the episode. I literally messaged Darren immediately. I was like, dude, I feel so dumb. Did I actually say that? Yeah, so I did.
That's fun.
But no, both these episodes were so good. Like, there's so much.
And one of them in particular had some notable character appearances.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah?
Oh, also, what was the other thing that I sent you? I was like, yo, is that Shredder?
Funny.
What?
Is what was it? The Silver Samurai.
Oh, yeah.
Like I was watching, and I was like, okay, that's fair. He does kind of look like.
No, like from the back, like he literally just looked like Shredder. I was like, oh, is that like a cool little tongue-in-cheek like TMNT reference, kind of like the Daredevil connection?
In fairness, Shredder just kind of looks like a standard samurai.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe it was Shredder.
Yeah.
Very nice Spider-Man cameo. I remember that.
Yeah.
Airing and the internet just exploding like, wait, what? It's fucking Spider.
I know, like, bring that back.
So is that supposed to be our 90s Spider-Man?
Yes.
Yeah.
The 90s animated show.
Okay.
And they have since picked up where that world left off in the form of comic books. So
Okay.
Yes, but the comic book takes place, I think, a few years later. It's not like immediately after.
Yeah.
No, it's not. But
what are the chances we get? Because that's one of those shows that ended so abruptly.
So tragic.
What are the chances we get a Spider-Man 90? Spider-Man 98 or something.
I think that I think the main thing right now is that there is a current animated Spider-Man show going.
Yeah, but they can do 2.
I think I would rather if they just let the show run its course, let X-Men even run its course, and then maybe once both are kind of wrapped, they could be like, "Did you guys like that? Yeah, all right."
They don't need Sony's approval for that, right?
They were addressing that, no, because it's TV rights, not film rights. But I can already tell you that's been in the discussion for a while now.
I think it'll happen eventually. I do.
I think so too. I love when shows like old superhero shows coming back for revivals. It's a really new thing.
Especially
like
a universe,
Daredevil Born Again. That's like it.
Especially a universe like this one that was built up and established decades ago. There's so much to it.
I will also say, with this season, you have things like Quicksilver and the Hulk and Captain America. I'd be like, fuck it, give me like an Avengers show in this world. Like Ross is doing his thing.
Yeah.
They do a lot of cool little things throughout the season. I'm like, I want to see what that team is up
Avengers, 90s Avengers.
Would be
do it better than the actual 90s Avengers.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that wasn't even really an Avengers. It was just like a B-grade superhero team.
It was
yeah. You had Ant-Man and I watched it.
If you're talking about United They Stand?
Yeah, United They Stand.
I mean, Well, one, I think that was 2000s, but I mean, it wasn't even really.
Was it 2000s?
It was like early 2000s. It wasn't even really Avengers. It was more of like, hey, here's all the B graders of the Avengers. Without many of the big characters, but I mean, like
Wonder
you
Man.
had a Hulk
Wonder
show.
Man is in like one episode of that show.
You had a Hulk show back then. You had an Iron Man show back then. You had a Captain America show back then that was very short-lived. So you could easily do something with those characters.
United They Stand is 99.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, close enough.
And that came out in like the same era as the Young
Spider-Man
Avengers.
Unlimited.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was the era where like Marvel had canceled so many of their shows, so they were trying to like bring back some of their animated shows, and then none of them did well.
Tiger Woman. Who's that?
Tigress.
Yeah.
Tigress. She's
voiced by Hawkeye's there.
Yeah, Hawkeye there. Tigress is voiced by Lenore
Falcon.
Zandt as well, which is cool.
Okay.
Okay, I mean this isn't the worst lineup.
Wonder Man, Wanda, Vision, Falcon.
The show was not great though.
It doesn't feel like it should be set in that same universe though. I feel
it is though. It's so.
It's interesting. I don't think I actually ever watched this.
I've never.
Save yourself some time. I watched.
Is it on Disney Plus?
It is, yes.
Okay.
So I watched it in January after watching Wonder Man. I was like, let me get some more Wonder Man content. What's he been in? Oh, he's been in this. Let me check it out. Wasn't great.
Taz, if you want to watch an Avengers cartoon, watch the one that came out 10 years after this.
Yes.
But Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
Yeah,
I loved that one.
That's my favorite Marvel universe of all time.
I think it might be mine too.
It's so good.
Have you seen the thing, Darren, where it says, "Hey, this universe is actually connected to Wolverine and the X-Men, kind of because they were all under the same production company." Like people have tried to come up with reasons as to how that Wolverine and the X-Men and Spectacular were all connected.
In like a shared universe, yeah.
Interesting.
Where do we start? I mean, let's start with episode 6. I know we've kind of been like all over.
Episode 6.
7. 8.
7.
8.
You just wanted to say 6. You just wanted to say 6, 7 again.
Yeah.
Let's start with episode 8. I know we've kind of been all over the place. Taz, what do you think of episode 8? Kind of the building blocks of this 3-part finale.
Yeah, I mean it was a great jumping off point for the finale, kind of everything coming to a head. Obviously we get our, big Magneto moment, I guess kind of jumping ahead a little bit. But you got the big Magneto moment, you've got, Bastion kind of taking over the world, you've got learning about the future and everything from Cable and kind of how all of this is going to play out. And basically the objective is like, okay, can we stop it? Can we fix things? And they kind of bring up the idea that I did is like, okay, Cable's come back. He's tried to stop the Genosha incident from happening multiple times. And he's basically like, I've done it countless times. And they say it without saying it. They say, canon event, fixed point, whatever you want to call it. They canonize that in this show as well. So it is a point in time that cannot be changed no matter what. So now we are going to try and move past that event. Everybody who died is meant to die at that point. So, R.I.P. Gambit, R.I.P. Madeline Pryor, R.I.P. all the other mutants and everybody that died in that thing.
Leech.
It's a fixed point.
Yeah. It is a fixed point that cannot be undone, and Cable has lived that event over and over again. Who knows how many times because he's tried to stop it.
Yes.
But yeah, so we kind of have to let everything play its course. Rogue is still recovering and everything like that as well.
Yeah.
Yes. This was the episode that we got the big fight scene with Nightcrawler and Wolverine defending Rogue. Yeah.
Might be my favorite fight scene of the show.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Seeing him transporting through the POV of Logan as he's getting stretched through. I got my fucking Funko of that exact scene. With like him with
nice.
2 swords.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, the one-liners there, you can call them campy, but they're fucking perfect.
Like, I got 6 reasons. I got 6 reasons, bub.
No, my friend. 9. It's like it's fucking perfect. And also Wolverine falling from the sky, stabbing that Prime Sentinel. I'm sorry, it was stuff like this, and I'm sorry, Darren, but it was stuff like this that made it so easy for me to poke fun at Invincible at the time because of the animation alone.
Yeah.
I think this looks better than like 90% of the animated shows I have personally seen. It looks.
I think more need
of-
to adapt.
looks
More need to
incredible.
adapt just the overall style this season took of that 2D 3D mix. Because if you go over 3D, it looks funky. What if? But you know, like you've got shows like this that blend it perfectly, and I think more shows need to do it.
They do, and I'm hoping that with X-Men '97 doing yearly releases now, that they stick with their animation quality.
Agreed, and like you know, I really like. I think we say every year that the worst part of that show is the animation. I would like to see it look.
It's not even close.
Better.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
Like,
Why do you got to torture me?
That's what being part of the show means, Jake. We play it every time we say the word.
Invincible remaster once.
I don't
Think,
even
Jake.
a remaster could save that.
Man. But no, that scene's great. That might be my favorite fight scene of the show outside of
It's up there.
the
And
Genosha massacre.
also, like the way the episode ends too is such a like bring everything together scene with Xavier communicating to all of them and everyone getting
That's
the
awesome.
message out.
To me, my
And
X-Men.
you see like everybody's perspective. Holy shit!
That's hype.
That is peak right there. Like, that gives you chills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's so funny because I think I said either this show or another show where I'm like, Xavier is technically my least favorite character in this season. And even him, I'm like, all right, let's fucking go. This is hype. We're bringing everything full circle. He's back.
I guess that's my only thing. Like, is Professor X feels off, if that
Compared to
makes
the original
sense
show,
to
no,
me.
he does.
He
I
just
got
feels
that.
a little.
Compared to the original show, yeah.
I
I
think
don't
he's
know.
in
Like,
this
I
now.
can't.
I think
Like, I
he's in
can't put my finger on it. Yeah, is it the voice actor? Is
The
it
voice
just
actor sounds significantly different than the '90s show for me. Like,
So
they do
how-
sound very different.
How I justify him sounding off is with how long he was apart from normal civilization and just not interacting with them on a day-to-day basis, and you can get kind of removed from that for a while.
Yeah.
So if he sounds a
Sure.
little more flat in one note, it could be for that reason.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good justification, good
It is.
headcanon for it. Yeah.
I think it's just
Yeah.
honestly, Taz. I think we've heard his voice in Invincible too much. Like he just.
Oh,
sounds
is
robot
Ross
to me.
Invincible?
He's like he's robot, and I just hear robot.
Yeah.
Every time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which again, he's great. I love that actor. Like he's fantastic in everything he does. It's not his fault. It's just
No.
a
It just
different
doesn't
vibe.
feel like Xavier to me.
It feels like
Also,
a
from like,
Yeah.
I literally watched like the finale of the original show the day before, and it's a very clear like difference when you hear it
Yes.
back to back.
It's like the only voice that I'm a little like. I don't hate it, but I
No, like for instance, Cyclops, like it's a different voice actor, but they sound very close.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
And then like they brought back Mr. Sinister and all them, so
I love the entire the like entire Summers family
Yes.
crusade as
The
they're like
reunion,
jumping out
yes.
of the plane.
in the
And,
car
like,
and all that.
He's got his laser.
Wait,
his
you've got a
fire, he's
Porsche?
got a gun. It's just, and it like again, it's very '90s. But like when they like when the car blows up and they all land perfectly and the fire goes up behind them, I'm like,
Superhero
That
landing.
shot of a Wolverine where like the costume's all banged up and he's got the fire behind him. Arguably the best shot of the episode. Like
scene
as in,
was very
as, in,
good. Yes.
as in single frame.
Yeah.
I mean this in like the best way possible because I know some people would take this as like an insult. Very Power Rangers coded the way it's done, where it's just like,
Yes.
all right, man, this is hype. Let's go.
Yeah.
Was it? We can kind of merge the combos because we're talking about them as one.
Yeah.
Which the Jean and Storm scene lives in my head rent free, where it's like make them mind your weather, sister. Make them weather your mind. It's like
Holy
Yeah.
shit, that goes
Yeah.
hard.
so good.
Yeah. I love that the show
Bars.
established that
Straight
sisterhood
bars.
in them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Also,
That might
seeing
be-
Jean in her Marvel Girl costume was awesome.
I love all
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
I love
I was about to say, yeah, I did love. So I guess that's more into episode 9, but I did love how they all, how they all wore their classic costumes.
The fucking joke they made to the movies, I fucking loved it. Where
Oh, yes!
Cyclops
Yeah.
is cape with a suit, and he's like, "What were you thinking?
What were you-
Black leather?"
Black leather.
Yeah,
I was like, "Fuck you!"
One of the
movies."
best digs.
that is a legendary mythic pull.
Oh,
That is
man.
Ever?
incredible.
pitch that idea. I need them to get a raise because that's so good.
It's true.
And it's also just the same line delivery that they did in the original movie, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's poking fun at like one of the biggest missed opportunities with those movies.
Yep.
I also hate that they released that clip early. Like that came out a couple days before the
episode.
They did. Wow.
Damn,
Like,
that's crazy.
I mean, I get it for like marketing wise because that like it like blew up on Twitter and stuff like that when that was going around. I get why they did it like that, but that would have been such a good experience in the episode moment of like, oh holy shit.
Well,
so
I
good.
didn't. So well, that's how I experienced it. I had no idea that the line was in there. I watched it obviously through for the first time, and I was like, oh, they said the thing.
Yeah, I knew about the line beforehand, but I have no idea where I learned about the line. I just knew it was in the episode.
Damn.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it was great scene, great moment. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to balance between the two episodes.
So I guess just the whole Magneto confronting the X-Men once Xavier brought them all together. And yeah, it's pick a side.
Yeah, and he's back in his classic get up too, showing how he's back onto that side. Love that look. And other characters that make decisions in that moment revert back to looks that they originally wore in comics back in the day to kind of reflect that, if you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's done very well. Like obviously only two of the mutants.
Yeah, so Rogue and Roberto side with them.
Like pulling like back a little bit because like there was one thing on episode 8 that I just thought of because we were talking about Rogue. That fucking is it episode 8 where they open with Gambit's funeral?
No, that's episode 7.
Or was that 7? Okay, I don't know if we talked about that last time, but like one of the better scenes in the show, in my opinion. Like Nightcrawler bringing out his wholesomeness there to the team, where he just comforts them. I mean, I've been loving the rewatching it because you didn't get a lot of Nightcrawler in that original cartoon. He was only there for like 2 episodes.
Yeah,
I love this. I love the sibling dynamic that he has with Rogue in this series. It's so good.
Well, I'm just happy to see Nightcrawler getting some actual focus. Like the only other thing that I saw that he had a lot of focus in was X-Men Evolution, which was one of the reasons why I really liked Evolution back in the day.
I need to watch that show.
There was a lot of Nightcrawler in there,
and he'll be back in 6 months.
Yeah.
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 I think that's my favorite. I mean, I've always been like a Nightcrawler guy. Like he's always been my favorite.
Me too.
I love him so much.
I'm
one of my favorites as well.
It's my top. It's probably my number 3.
Like I don't know if we talked about it last week, but when they added him to the intro the week following Gambit, like when they literally placed him in instead, I was like, no way, they're doing the thing. Like I can't believe
it's like, all right, okay, R.I.P. Gambit, but
right, it's like
Nightcrawler, cool.
It's like not only was it a heartbreaking detail that Gambit and Magneto were out, but Nightcrawler was in. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
And they also do that again this week, where in episode, I think it's episode 9, where they sub in Xavier and Storm back into the intro now that they're back into the plot, which is I think really fun.
And like in earlier episodes they had Bishop in the intro because he was part of it.
Right.
And I feel like they're gonna do the same with Season 2, which is awesome.
And even though Morph had relative significance in the original show, he was never part of the intro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was never, he also, like in the finale, he also joins the X-Men, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I will say I'm no spoilers for it yet, but based on the trailer, I'm curious how they're going to fit all those characters into the intro for next season.
Interesting.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We got a lot of new members, or new not members, but like additions to the cast. That's all I'll say.
Yes.
That's all I'll say. We'll talk about that more next week. We'll have to show you the trailer next week.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'll ask you this right now. So I'm gonna.
I just realized when you guys do episode 10, I'm gonna be out of town. Damn it.
So I'm gonna watch the finale this week. Would you like me to not watch the trailer so that I can live react to it on stream?
Yeah.
I would say wait. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. I'll wait.
Do like a
I'll wait and watch it with you guys on stream then. Yeah.
And you won't have to wait long at all because I think we do the show Monday. The episode airs Wednesday, so you have like a 2-day wait. Basically.
Oh, perfect.
If it's already next Wednesday, oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like the people that watched Infinity War right before Endgame came out. It's like you only had to suffer 2 days.
Yeah.
Morph turns into a Hulk, which
yes.
Man, he's such a cheater in terms of his powers. Like, what a fucking.
They should have been doing that more. Like, that's one of the best utilizations ever of Morph.
So
why does Morph just not turn into Dark Phoenix?
Can't control the power, obviously.
I think. I don't know. I feel like.
But why does Morph also like know how to use the powers of whoever they turn into?
So that's a thing when you look at how it was done in the the original cartoon. Like when he turns into Wolverine and starts fighting him, they had that line: "You may look like me, but you can't fight like me." That sort of thing. Like that's trained skill, something Wolverine adapted. I feel like just baseline powers he would have the abilities of, but obviously not that person's training with.
Sure.
Right, but then that means that Morph could then just turn into Wolverine and have a healing factor, or turn into Professor X and then be able to read everybody's mind. Like
I don't turns into Johnny Storm. Would he just be able to burst flames? Like
I think they're intentionally vague with some of his powers.
Absolutely. Like I would kind of prefer if it was more like you could have like physical abilities, like Hulk makes sense to me. Like you could just look like Hulk and have his mask.
It's just like a mimic ability.
Quicksilver doesn't make much sense to me. Why he could just be a speedster?
Well, yeah,
I forget. Is that other big character? Has that happened yet, or is that episode 10?
No, that's I was just about to say like that's episode.
There's some 10. There's like a big one next week too.
Okay, I couldn't remember if that I could. We're thinking of the same.
I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, but yeah,
I couldn't remember if it was episode 9 or 10.
Yeah,
I literally just looked it up because
that's the last one I haven't seen yet. So
but also like
but I know what you're referencing though.
Yeah.
Do you?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay.
Pretty sure I do.
Okay.
Obviously, Batman, guys.
Pretty close.
That's a bit of a
10,
stretch.
guys.
That's a bit of a stretch.
But yeah, no. I mean, let's talk about the ending because the ending is such a what the fuck moment. There's so much that happens in those last several minutes of the episode. Eric versus Charles fight is so good. The back and forth, but he like throws the helmet onto his head to keep him from using his own powers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Moment.
I love that's like literally just an Uno reverse card.
Yeah. I thought Magneto died again this episode when I first in those 5 seconds of just
I thought he did too.
What? Well, like Logan, what are you doing, man? Stop it right now.
Yeah.
This series drew I mean, obviously the Gambit thing happened earlier this season, but they framed it differently. This episode drew visible, full-on blood wounds for the first time in this universe.
Yeah.
Like it was a milestone. That was the first time.
Yes. Well, it's two very brutal things. Is literally just legit. Wolverine stabs Magneto.
Stabs him.
There's blood. There's an entry-exit wound, and then he rips his freaking skeleton out. His adamantium just. Yeah. So we're back to Bone Claws, I guess, next season.
I felt kind of heartless because when that happened, literally my first response, after the shock of that moment wore off, I was like, damn it, we just got that costume. That was literally my response. That suit looked so fucking good.
Well, but also, though, I feel like that suit's going to look good with the Bone Claws, right? I guess maybe potentially.
What's possibly. That Tom and Jerry? What's that Tom and Jerry meme template?
Like the Timothy Chalamet,
Oh.
We'll see.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Yeah, but also, we touched on it a little bit ago, but Rogue and Sunspot in that 9th episode.
Yep.
Oh, Sunspot is the name. Okay.
Yeah. Sunspot.
Not only does Rogue's look reflect kind of her choices, because that all green with a little bit of silver look is what she wore when she popped up in Uncanny Avengers. Where it was the all green and silver. So they're paying a little bit of a meta nod there, but acknowledging that she's kind of on the dark side again, which with her character, it makes complete sense because Xavier's like, yeah, like she doesn't believe in that whole philosophy anymore.
Yeah.
And she's like, families are supposed to trust each other. And she looks at Xavier. And you can tell, like, there's a little bit of heartbreak there. She leaves her jacket on the chair. She's like, families are built on trust, and like, you don't have mine. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? Do we get maybe? Well, I guess you guys can't say it, but my thought process right now is we are like worst possible scenario is present day right now.
Sure.
So do we do a version of like a Days of Future Past kind of thing for next season? That's kind of what I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Possibly, potentially.
Well, is that what you think?
If that's what you think.
And then also too, you got Rogue with Magneto, and we had the Rogue cut of Days of Future Past back way back when as well.
I still need to see the Rogue.
So I don't know.
I've never seen the Rogue cut. Yeah.
It's been on my list.
It makes marginally more sense than the regular movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then obviously everything with Cable, and I guess that's the other part that we haven't talked about is how Jean versus Mr. Sinister and all that stuff going down. Is Sinister's like, oh, I can tell you when I swapped you guys. And she's like, no, it doesn't matter.
That like random Dark Phoenix moment caught me off guard the first time when she just changes all of a sudden, and also Cable going full anime whenever, or not Cable, Cyclops going full anime when he's like, "You'll never hurt my family." Yeah, shit, good stuff.
Madeline's fighting with me today. I was like, oh fuck, this is hype.
Yeah.
And also too, I guess confirm again, I'm not necessarily super huge on the comics. Like, again, most of my knowledge comes from the movies and the animated series and stuff like that.
Sure.
Does Cable traditionally always have some sort of like telekinetic abilities as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
because they didn't lean into that at all in Deadpool 2.
No, like he is the child of a Jean Grey.
Yes.
Clone, so
So I was gonna say is like it only makes sense that he does have those abilities.
Yes,
So
he's
even more so technically he's probably more powerful than Jean, maybe, possibly.
Depending on the writer.
Depending on the comic.
Okay.
That's fair.
Interesting.
That's fair.
I will say this show has made me like, again, I got this shirt for Deadpool 2, which is how long ago I got it, how long ago I got it. This show has made me enjoy Cable so much more and want to see more stuff with him in it.
Oh, Cable's always been one of my favorites.
Thought it was Tuesday for a second. No, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, friend. See you tomorrow, though, buddy. Or if you want to link.
Yeah.
But
if I have to say my favorite character out of the show right now, outside of Magneto, I might have to throw Cable up there.
He's great choice.
Here's what I'll say. I'm gonna let Gay Darren come through for a second. Magneto looked very good in episode 8. That's what I'll say. That's all I'll say. I'll end it there. But but no, these episodes are very good. And I mean, what's your take on the Jean moment, Taz? Do you think we're done with Jean Grey?
Oh no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, again, you kill Madeline Pryor, so like we're not going to kill Jean.
Both.
You're not going to kill both unless there's some secret third clone.
Could be. That'd be a crazy twist.
What a twist.
That
She's
neither
like
of them were the
the
actual Jean.
One. Like, she's not even. Yeah.
So Cyclops has a type. Kidding.
It's very like Invincible coded, where it's like, oh, these clones aren't even like the first clones. Like, we're like 50 clones deep of Jean Grey clones.
That would be interesting. Oh.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Probably not, but
fuck Roberto's mother.
she kind of sucks.
In episode 7, I was like, like I get it. Sometimes it takes parents a while to come around, and like he was even giving her mother that space, and all that stuff. I was like, okay, I can get her twisted in mind. There's a lot of money to be lost. It's not good, but I'm like, I get her point of view. and then this episode, like actively being like, you should go with them. I don't know these strange robot creatures, but you'll be fine because people are watching us, and I don't want to lose money. It's like, well, fuck you. Actually,
all I'll say is, art imitates life.
Absolutely, and I do love the build up that they did with the who decided to go with him moment, because I think both felt very natural. I think it's sometimes hard to do storylines like that where it's like, wait, that's out of character. I think
played a lot better than like the end of First Class when he's on the beach and it's like, all right, who wants to come with me? Like, I like that movie. That was a terrible moment.
Right. This it makes more sense. It's more emotional. You know, it has a lot more emotional weight to it. You could make sense
why Rogue and Roberto went. When you compare that to like the First Class moment, I'm like, okay, there was no reason for Mystique to go and do this.
I'd be very curious how many of the mutants there chose their sides because they actually believe that's the right side, and how much of it comes from like loyalty, right? Because I would argue some of these characters, they just have such a loyalty to the X-Men name and Xavier himself that they would never, portray him for nothing.
I think so too, and I think this episode though does bring up a very interesting perspective though, like you're saying there, is maybe you're loyal to Professor X even if you agree with what Magneto is saying and standing for right now. You might not agree with the methods, but like he's not wrong.
So I'll even one up that a little bit, and there might not even be. It might not even be that they're loyal to Xavier, but that found family they have each other's back, and it's the rest of the X-Men that each individual is loyal to.
It's very
well. Professor X is not the X-Men. The team itself is the X-Men.
Right, and like frankly, he hasn't been around for a good while.
No,
so it's not like a lot of their loyalty to him is really factored in there.
Yeah,
they're just like, oh well, you happen to be there, but even if for some reason you were on Magneto's side, we would still be standing here.
Right.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes into what we were talking about a couple weeks ago that I like the show has really done, is that Magneto and Xavier are they are completely opposites of each other, and the one feels so strongly in the one way, the other feels so strongly in the other. And the X-Men is, I think, a really good audience POV of like, we gotta find somewhere in the middle. We gotta come together because Magneto isn't wrong about what he's doing. He's unfortunately more so in today's age than I think we want him to be. Should we be doing genocide? No, we should not be destroying the Earth to get what you want.
Yeah, destroying the Earth's magnetic field just because.
Yeah, no, for sure. And as he's kind of doing like, what is it, like the like moon plot line from like the original show. Like it's kind of like a sequel to that a little bit, where it's like, all right, we're just going to take all the mutants, take them off Earth, and then say goodbye to Earth. And it's like, that's not a bad idea, dude. Like I'm kind of down with that. Just don't destroy the Earth before you do it. Like I'm with you, brother. I'm so close to being with you.
It's like if you want to go live off planet, go do your thing, but like we kind of need the rest of the world to like.
And I think most of the X-Men would probably even back that idea of like, you're right, like we have given them chance and again and again and again, and look what they keep doing to us. Leave spaces that people don't want you to be in. Like I'm kind of with that. And while yes, that does destroy the opportunity for change, you can only give people so many opportunities to change until it's just enough is enough. And I think it's a very interesting dichotomy between the show. And there's a reason why we spent like 2 hours per episode back when we first were discussing the show, because there's so many deep discussions that can't.
There's so many ins and outs of the show.
A lot of moral dilemmas. Like it just it very much so is in that regard too.
You know what? That's what some of the best shows in this genre do. They can ask questions. They make you think.
Yeah.
I agree.
I do too.
Yeah, I agree too.
But yeah, I think overall though, 8 and 9, great episodes, standalone on their own, but also great as a part of the finale arc here. Very excited to
And you're in
watch
for a
10.
heck of a finale.
Very excited to watch 10. I think I don't think I'm getting through tomorrow without watching it. So I will be watching it probably, first thing tomorrow. And
well,
then
here's my question for you, Taz. I want to hear your theories going into the final episode. What are your main predictions? How are we going to wrap up the season? Where are we heading into season 2?
Interesting. So I want to say is we end with something big is gonna happen. Like either the Earth does not get put back together the way that it should, or something timey-wimey time travel happens, and we get sent like we're trying to undo what just happened, and they either get sent to way in the past or way in the future. They get sent completely off, and then this next season is all them trying to again, basically doing what Cable did with trying to stop Genosha, but now they're trying to stop Magneto from imploding the Earth in on itself and then getting back to kind of square one. And I think maybe the sacrifice that's going to happen is they're going to have to let Bastion kind of do his thing. Leave Bastion, leave Mr. Sinister to kind of do their thing and accept that as the reality for the moment, just so that they can actually save the Earth and come up with a legitimate plan to fight these guys.
We didn't actually talk about Bastion very much. We got his whole kind of backstory and dealio over these 2 episodes. I think they do a really good job at Bastion because I had no idea who Bastion was before the show.
Same.
It was my first experience.
I hadn't read it much about Bastion before.
I think they did a good job at explaining him for people who, no offense, weren't familiar.
Yeah.
And I think
agree.
it's one of the reasons that made it very refreshing because I've seen it would have been very easy to just do Magneto again for the 10th billionth time. And I love him as a villain. He's my favorite X-Men villain. But I wanted a new X-Men villain.
Yes, and I had. Here's the thing. I had heard of Bastion before this. I feel like he must have popped up in one of the Nando V Movies videos of who should be the next X-Men villain or whatever that I watched probably a couple years ago.
If you played the X-Men Legends games from the early 2000s, he popped up there.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but so again, it was it's a character that I had heard of before. I just wasn't super familiar with, if that makes sense.
I love the reveal that Charles reached out to him when he was a child as one of the original X-Men. I love that idea.
Yeah.
I love the potential there. He is potentially he was almost one of them, and he was part of this group. And I love that it's almost I won't go into it, but it's almost this Legend of Korra plotline that I won't get into for people here who haven't seen it. But it's you were. You were me, and they're so close to being similar that he hates them so much. It's dude, you're one of us. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you doing all this? But I definitely think it's this human sentinel idea is a very interesting
it is
idea that I haven't seen before. I think it's great.
I think the Prime Sentinel, just that as in general, should be used as the main threat for honestly the first MCU X-Men movie.
Yeah, I agree.
I can see that.
That'd be cool.
I can see that. They also do a really good job at making you really like him, or at least find him interesting in a very short amount of time. He's semi-introduced in episode 7, and then 8, 9, and 10 is kind of all you get time with him. And I think typically I'd be that's not enough time. We see a lot of these MCU shows. I just watched Hawkeye, which introduced Kingpin in the second to last episode. And he had 10 minutes to actually be the villain of the show, and I'm what are we doing? That's not a good idea. What are you doing? And so it could have been bad. It could have not been a very interesting villain, and I find him very fascinating. I love the sequence where he's turning all the people into the Sentinels. His mother, he turns his own mother into a human Prime Sentinel. That's
that's brutal.
That is brutal.
Absolutely. But yeah, I think that's kind of it. I kind of questioned a little while ago. I guess we could talk about this. It's not really spoilers. Darren, how do you feel about X-Men 97 Season 2 doing a 3-episode premiere? I'd prefer if it wasn't a 3-episode premiere.
If they want to do a multi-episode premiere, keep it at 2.
And why is the season only 9 episodes? I did see
that's
you
odd.
sent that.
That's odd.
Is there?
I gotta wait and see. I gotta assume it's a creative choice because it doesn't seem like there's much of like a pushback in terms of like you can't do this or you can't do that. Like I think they just maybe only needed 9 episodes to tell the story, which I almost spoiled season 2.
There were a few shifts throughout because like they were being shifted towards shorter, higher budgeted seasons. So Marvel opted to cut 1 episode out with everything that happened with the original creative and having to like touch up a little bit of things there. So the remaining 9 episodes are now tighter, shall we say?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, as long as it still is
that.
a full complete story, like I don't necessarily have a problem with it. To me, it's more of like I want it to be kind of even. Like I like a nice like I think 10 episodes is a good number.
I agree.
9, like it throws me off mentally. Like that's
No, I
the
agree.
only
get
thing.
ya.
That is such like a weird reason to not like that. But that's
I get it.
that's literally my only complaint. Is like, yes, I would have liked an extra episode, but like 9 is weird. Why not just do 10? You know?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm fine. Like I like it more here than like The Boys, because like The Boys would have like 8 episodes in the season. They would do their 3-episode premieres. I'm like, guys, there's not enough time. Like it's at least somewhat better. Like we'll still have.
They did a
7
3-episode premiere
Yeah.
in their final season.
They did 3-episode premieres their whole run.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, no, their first season went like all at once.
It was all at once, and then I guess season 5 they did 2-episode premiere.
Yeah.
But 2, 3, and 4 were like 3-episode premieres.
I gave up on that show.
Gen V as well did that too, and I'm like, guys, we have only like 4 weeks left for the season. Like, this is stupid. Yes. I guess we'll use that as our transition then. X-Men 97. Taz, you did it.
Da-na-na-na-na.
You finally finished season 1 of X-Men 97, Taz.
Yay! I
Are you
did.
happy I forced you to watch this show?
I'm very happy that you
Thank
forced me to
God.
watch this show. Thank you. Yeah, it was great. It was great, and I was gifted a wonderful 40-minute finale.
Yes. Oh my God.
Which it feels like, again, I watched it forever ago, even though it was last week. So much random stuff has happened. So again, if I mix up characters or whatever, forgive me. I'm sorry. There's so many shows and characters and actors and things in my brain.
We're on the same level now. It feels good. I don't have to
Yes.
hide outside of trailer stuff, which we'll be getting caught up on very soon here.
I was watching through all this, and I'm like, I'm surprised how much stuff I got kind of right. Like, I was kind of on the right track a lot of times. I was like, time travel, kind of lost in time, lost in space sort of stuff. I guess is Bastion dead? Is he gone, evaporated, scattered through time with the rest of the X-Men?
You know what? I assumed he died, but you're right. We didn't see a body. He could just be.
No, I think he could have been
be
teleported through.
dying. He could be.
He could be teleported through time just like the rest of them.
I didn't even consider that, but you're right. You're very right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say he's dead for now until season.
Dead
5
until
or
further
whatever.
notice.
It's like, oh my
Yeah.
God, he's back. Whatever.
Bastion, he's back.
Yeah, which I'd be down for. I was very impressed. Like I think I said it last week, but they had such a short time with him. They had proper. He was a villain for the final 3 episodes, especially. But like 4 episodes with him
3-4
relatively,
episodes,
and they make him like I like him more than I liked any of the movie X-Men villains. I guess outside of like Magneto himself, obviously. But
I do think that the villains this season were really good. Where Mr. Sinister and Bastion, kind of like as a I guess villain team up, kind of. But then they sort of went their own ways because Mr. Sinister had his own stuff going on. Like he basically was just trying to torment the Summers family, and then Bastion cared about the rest. But like, it was kind of funny.
He was on his own little side quest, which we can start there. Obviously, that whole segment is just incredible. Like obviously Jean was never going to die. I knew she was never going to die, at least not long term. I think maybe we talked about like, oh, that'd be crazy if she went Phoenix, and then when it happens, it's like, oh, holy shit, they're doing
the
Phoenix
is back.
So funny. They're very big about it. They're like,
but then also,
yeah,
how convenient is it that like the Phoenix is like, oh, the Phoenix showed up when I needed it, and then took all of Bastion's powers, and now the Phoenix is gone, never to be seen again.
Sure.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. I think it's very interesting because in the original show, they do an entire season dedicated to Phoenix. Both half the season is just Phoenix, and then the back half is Dark Phoenix, and they fully do the whole story, which is very good. Probably one of their best plot lines.
The best adaptation of the Phoenix saga that's not, comics.
Mm-hmm. No, I fully agree. It's such a sick sequence. Jean is such a, Jean was easily my least favorite character in the original 90s show. Not because she's bad, but like they do the very iconic meme thing where it's like, oh, Scott, as she faints every other episode, and she's the definition of like a one-dimensional character in that original show. And they did so many fun things with her in the season. Both
she did Madeline a lot this season. Yeah.
Easily the most I think I've ever enjoyed Jean as a character. Like I was really a fan of what they did, and how they kind of painted the picture for the season as a whole. And
I think the whole family was great. Like I said, is easily the best version of Cyclops that I've seen.
Easily, yeah.
This show made me really love Cable, and kind of showed that he was given certainly the short end of the stick in everything else up until this point, because he is a very interesting, very cool character that we're going to get a lot more of.
Which one?
In Cable. Nathan.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to get a lot more of him next season, it seems.
Will we?
A younger version of him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do kind of like where everything goes. The other kind of element to this finale as well was all of the stuff going on in the Mindscape with Charles and Magneto, and kind of like that trip down memory lane, and like this very just like emotional, like brothers in arms kind of like bonding sequence between them, and like kind of talking about all of their struggles and things, and making you think for a moment like, oh, is Magneto going to lose all his memories? Like, what's going on here? Is he going to be a blank slate? What's the morality around this? But they ended in a good spot before they all get, again, like, segmented throughout time. But I did very much so like that. I liked that sequence, and I hope that means that the resolution that we came to there means that Magneto and Charles can kind of just like chill and be friends for a little while. Please, like, I'm tired of watching them fight. Like, I know that's the thing, is it's always gonna be Professor X versus Magneto. Like, they've got to
a lot of it. Yeah,
I'm tired of it. Like, I want them to just for once be on the same page.
I think the movie's kind of written that for me. As much as I love Magneto, he's probably my favorite Marvel villain in general. And I do think when the movie, like when the MCU does, I do think you probably should do him for the, at least the first movie, because I think that makes a lot of sense for the story and what you had to set up. But he was the villain for like every movie for like 10 years straight, and then this series did him a lot, and I think he's way more interesting in this show as this kind of anti-hero, but almost like an actual hero, and them working with the X-Men. I love it so much. And I guess spoilers for next season, but it seems like he's on our side fully next season. I'm very excited for that, and I'm really praying there's not like I gotcha, I'm actually working against you again. I don't
Charles, you thought I was on your side. I've just come to steal your X-Men from you again. Maniacal laughter.
Right? If in the final season of the show they want to circle back to it again, I'm like, fair enough,
sure,
it's him, whatever. But I would love a couple seasons of them. I'm actually very curious where we, like, who's the leader. You know, we have both Xavier and Magneto on a team together. I don't, it won't be Cyclops because Cyclops is somewhere else.
They're co-captains.
Yeah, sure. Yes. But no, yeah. I mean, I think the ending is such a good cliffhanger, such a good way to end the season. You called it weeks ago that you thought it was going to be some time travel stuff, and way sooner than I didn't even cross my mind. Like,
well, I mean, the fact that we had so much time travel stuff to begin with, and for a show like this, anytime there's like cataclysmic world-ending events that don't really seem like almost too much happens for the world to just be okay in the aftermath of it. There's got to be some sort of time travel there to set things back into a little bit more of a normal kind of thing.
Well, let me ask you this then, because I also don't know this question.
Yes, Ronan, that is exactly what they did.
Ronan, if you want a link, man, I can send it if you want to talk some X-Men. Although he's seen the first 4 episodes of season 2. So, lucky man. Will Gambit
special?
Return? They had an ending there. Apocalypse holds up the cards.
Yeah, he's gonna be a horseman of Apocalypse, isn't he?
That's been the running theory. Again, I know as much as you do outside of the trailers that we are going to be watching here shortly.
Yeah. And then Ronan's just going to look at us and just be like, can't say anything.
Yeah, we'll send it, Ronan. But no spoilers, Ronan. No spoilers. While season 1 was airing, I was very anti bringing Gambit back. In the same way you kind of were for Foggy. It was the same mentality.
It would undermine it.
I was so in love with my favorite thing that they've done this season is how they let grief sit. There were they really the entire season post episode 5, the final 5 episodes are us just grieving and sitting in the loss of what had happened. Every single one, and I think that's going to carry over even to season 2. And I love it so much. I think it's so good. I think it's it's one of my favorite deaths in fiction for that reason. But I think depending on how it's done, it feels like it could still have a lot of weight if we are making him a horseman. Yes, he's back, but he's not really bad.
He's not really him.
Shenanigans.
It's like in the same way. It's like, do we really want to compare it to the Flash? But it's like bringing back Ronnie as Deathstorm. It's like it's him, but it's not really him.
Yeah, and eventually I think they find a way of fixing it,
and then he'll just
crew again or whatever. But yeah,
I see it the exact opposite way. Is that I would see it more of like he's a zombie kind of, and he needs to be put to rest properly.
I'd like that. I would.
And that it's almost like them having to come to grips with accepting his death, accepting that they can't change it, that is again a fixed point. Very similarly to how Cable has had to accept that his mom dies, is like no matter how many he tried 200 times to save Madeline, but he couldn't, which is again a crazy statistic for him to throw out there
a lot of times.
But I think that is something that they might have to learn, and the X-Men, but also more specifically, I think it's going to be again kind of a Rogue story. Is she's going to again have to fully accept the fact that Gambit is gone, and even if if she's got a chance to see this version of him, it's not really him to begin with.
Yeah, that's fair. Speaking of seeing people, Ronan's here. Hello, Ronan.
What's up, boys?
Our
How's it going,
X-Men guy right here. See the first 4 episodes early, you lucky son of a gun.
I know, I was very, very fortunate. Although, ask my editor, and I was just bugging the hell out of him. Like, hey, dude, I'm going to Comic-Con next month. I don't want that stuff surprised. So if you get early, let's cover it and review it. And so we did. But yeah, you guys aren't ready. But I'm happy. I'm happy that Taz finally caught up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, he finished season 1.
Yes.
Woo!
I'm so glad. In the nick of time.
Yes.
In the nick of time.
I do like how we kind of managed it, how we can just go one and the other. And I'm curious, Taz, because like to carry over to kind of our conversation, if we do bring him back, I think it might be a little easier for me because I've had almost 3 years now, like 2.5 years since the show has went off the air, and it feels longer. You've just watched it, like you just experienced. You don't have the same
right. It would feel very fast, I guess, because I haven't let that sit as long.
Yeah.
Huh. So that will be interesting to see how it individually impacts us if this is what happens. Let's preface this as a big if. But again, it does seem like generally this is the direction that they're going. Again, if we could call the time travel as early as I did, I think, Horseman stuff is fairly likely. Sure. I'd be willing to bet. I'd bet one Dexter pickle.
We don't get much Wolverine this episode.
No.
He's kind of in his coma. We do get a very sweet morph scene though, where he turns into Jean and professes his love for him, which they did confirm for him. He meant what he said about himself to Logan there. Not to say they're actually going to do that, obviously, but it's cool to see some, which I think is very, like, if you, like, throughout the season, it's like, oh, clearly Morph has a thing for Logan. Like, the scene in, like, episode 3 when he's like, let me scratch those, like, hard-to-get places, Logan. I'm like, oh, all right. He's walking into the shower. I'm like, all right, buddy, taking a swing there. And he turns into, like Sabretooth and, like, wrestles with them, and those, like, okay, there feels like some undertones there.
I did not pick up on that. That's funny.
So here's what's ironic, guys, is that like Darren, yes, that is valid, but here's a weird thing. Bodemayo, the guy who showrun the first season, from what we've been hearing is that was his intent, that Morph has a thing for Wolverine, which that's valid. What's ironic is that the actor who plays Morph doesn't see it that way. He sees it as a way that like that's just me, and what's ironic, well, not ironic, but like it's fascinating because the actor who plays Morph is part of the LGBTQ community. Yeah. But he said no, that is just Morph being a good friend and knowing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw it more of like almost like a brother like dynamic.
Interesting.
I can see it both ways. That's the thing. Yeah. I see it both ways.
Okay, interesting.
Again, I don't think they're ever actually going to act on that storyline, obviously. Like, I'm not like, they're going to get the... No, obviously not. But I do think it's some interesting, if that's true, interesting undertones for Morph as a character that I think would kind of make sense to me. But we'll see. We'll see.
And so that makes it, what now, 3 versions of Jean Grey in this season? You have Jean Prime, you have Madeline Pryor, and then you have Morph Jean.
Well, that's the thing that, like, if you think about it, OG Jean, if you will, the one who just showed up in this season because they went away for that split moment in Remember It, she smooches on Wolverine because she got the feels, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's the beer cigar. But then I love what they did with Wolverine. Is like, no, you're Jean Grey, that's Scott Morris, those are the rules. And I was like, that is
it was
maturity.
Kind of like a nice little like. Yeah, it was a nice little reference to, I feel like, to just like how things were in the in the movies and everything.
I've talked about it before. Like Hugh Jackman Wolverine would never. He would have taken that opportunity in a heartbeat.
Yeah, he would have stuck his middle claw up at Scott. You know, like that's how he was.
Absolutely.
But that I think has been the thing that I like the most about X-Men 97 is how vastly different it is from the Fox X-Men movies that I grew up on, right? Is for the longest time that X-Men Evolution, X-Men and the Wolverine, or Wolverine and the X-Men, and then the original 90s series, like, bits and pieces here and there, was the extent of my X-Men knowledge. But I feel like in one season I've learned more about the comic book X-Men than I've learned in the last 20 years.
I get that.
Oh yeah,
this was so deep cut comic booky. Like, you've got to know your stuff, and if you don't know it, research it. Yeah, and it's made me go and look at things and research things and figure out what this means, who this is, and this, that. It is such a great example of how to do comic book television right. I think this is, to me, this is Marvel's version of Invincible with great animation. You know?
I can see that. Of Invincible.
Of what?
Of Invincible.
You sneaky devil. You know what's ironic, that is like I liken this 97 to me, because you know how much I love this show. You know what I'm doing right now is Marvel's Andor. Like, it's at least the closest thing to it in terms of like they're not straight with the dialogue. I know. That's why I'm busting his chops. That I'm like, to me, when I'm not getting Andor, I need X-Men 97. I'm like, I need that to like for that type of like pop culture entertainment stuff. But like, yeah, dude, I am. You know, I grew up with the movies and the original 90s show, and it's part of my DNA. Yeah. It's who I am. If you take those things away, I don't know. I'm a completely different person. But having said that, this show, and you know, ask Darren, we were watching it and like covering it. It's was like, how is this show pulling it off? Or like, it's not leaving us behind, and yet it's welcoming new audiences like yourself that, like, in case you don't know that much of the X-Men, you can learn your basic stuff. And like you said, it's been getting you to read books. I am reading a new X-Men book in anticipation for season 2. And I was like, that is the juice of this show, I think.
Yeah. And it's funny too, is because I never thought that I was like lacking X-Men knowledge, you know, again, because I had watched all of these things. I'd watched all these animated shows. I'd, you know, played all these games and, you know, read some things here and there. Like, I was like, okay, like I know a bit about the X-Men, but this was like, no, you don't. There's a lot more to learn. You know, there's a lot more to learn.
Entertainment is best when it gives you the thing you didn't know you wanted. Like, I've always been a Rogue fan. She was one of my first like early crushes in life. I didn't know I needed more deeper stuff of her as a character. And what this show does, I think Lenore Zahn should have won an Emmy for this. But then again, that's a whole other conversation of, you know, awards in Hollywood. And yet, again, I haven't seen Evolution. I haven't seen Wolverine and the X-Men. But to me, this is my favorite version.
Evolution was really good.
Yeah. This is my favorite version of Nightcrawler. It's my favorite version of Magneto. Like, it is just... And I think this, you know, this quote-unquote redeem Scott Summers in pop culture. Now, we just need James Marsden to do it in live action.
Yeah. Yeah, I think now Cyclops is cool again. And like, I mean, have you seen the voice actors now in Marvel Rivals and stuff like that? And he's doing stuff again. Second time I've mentioned Alex Lee today, but you know, the two of them, you know, doing you know, Cyclops and Daredevil stuff in Marvel Rivals is pretty fun. But
like this episode especially has some of my favorite shots of any animated show. There's like 2 separate shots in this final episode with Cyclops. Like the one, like anytime he's doing like the power beam, like he like rips off his glasses and does the like beam struggle.
Optic blast.
So fun.
Literally from the Capcom games. Literally from the Capcom games.
Some of the best animation I simply have ever seen. Like,
also the scene where him and Jean are saying goodbye to Cable, and like you get to see Scott's eyes, and Cable gets to see his eyes. Like, oh come on, it's the line. That's a tearjerker right there.
Yeah, it's that line. Those legends, they really didn't do my folks justice, and it's just like Jesus.
Yeah.
It's such a cool, like, you know, going back to just like a couple episodes ago where he wouldn't even talk to his dad. Like, they do so much work.
Cyclops beat the fraud allegations for sure.
The like stuff where it's like I won't make that mistake again. What mistake? Not saying goodbye. It's like, all right, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. And you know, I think it works that they get separated at the end, because if you just like, oh, actually things are all right now. All right. Sorry, I didn't need to do all that. It would feel a little hollow, but
it's going to be interesting though, is they're separated, but now they're meeting a younger version of him. So all of this stuff Back to the Future time travel rules, did it really happen? Is he going to disappear? Is he going to remember it? Is it still going to be him, but like him now with those memories? But now that he's got those memories of his parents, is that even going to make him want to do all of the things that he did, which set the events of season 1 in motion? So did season 1 even actually happen, because they time traveled now to season 2, which is the future, but it's also their past?
Is
it's
it
weird,
like,
right?
Is it like Umbrella Academy rules where like every time they go back they fix the thing, but now there's a new thing in its place?
I think so. Well, again, they're combining Days of Future Past and Apocalypse into one season. Isn't the first episode called like something Days of Future Past? I know you're. Isn't it called like some spin on Days of Future Past? Right. It's like Future Days Gone, or I don't know.
We'll look at the titles once we look at the.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We'll kind of do some prep stuff. I want to finish the episode itself, and then we can dive into theories for next time and the trailers and stuff. I do just love that whole final sequence with them all fighting Bastion. It's so cool. It's so good. We get a little Mr. Fantastic cameo from Morph as well. He loves those cameos. Not to mention with cameos from like every Marvel hero under the sun, from Spider-Man and MJ,
Dude.
Doctor Strange, Iron Man, Captain
The
America.
Spider-Man one.
What and that has big implications too, because that means that he completed his quest.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I think 90s Spider-Man needs the 90s X-Men treatment. I think we need
People
like
have been wishing
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what would be the perfect title for it? Spider-Man 99.
Yeah. Shout out to
But
fucking
it's Spider-Man
Cloak
1999.
We
Yeah,
had
Cloak and Dagger.
Cloak and Dagger. Who knows? Like, I feel like no one pays attention to Cloak and Dagger. They're like, throw him in there. Throw like we had Daredevil in there, Black Panther in there, which is I think it's T'Chaka. I think it's that version of Black Panther in here.
Yes.
Which is very cool. He had a really
I can remember.
line.
Go ahead, Darren.
He had like a really cool line where it's like, I hope our children pay more attention to the history books than the Bible, or like something like that, where it's like,
Yes.
Oh boy, that's a weak line.
That morning, dude, when that episode dropped, I recall. I think I accidentally woke up my neighbors because me and I was a group reaction, and we were all screaming. We're like, "Oh my gosh!" And I think it was fine because it was like 3:00 in the morning, and they were going to work. But I remember being like, "Oh my gosh!" The lights went out on the neighbors because I was screaming, and that was
watching
wild.
again, like watching this show live. Like I'm really glad we at least did somewhat of a weekly thing for you guys. I know we didn't fully do it due to time and stuff, but
no, it was good. This was a great way to watch it versus trying to like binge everything, and I would have probably only absorbed like half of it.
I tell everyone
watching it so quickly.
I tell everyone I recommend like try to at least separate it a little bit. Like even if it's not week to week, like watch one a day at least, because so much of it works if you just have time to like sit in these moments and sit in these things. And while they're not doing the full 9 weeks like they did last time, they're doing at least 7 weeks, which is
that was stupid.
Yeah.
As someone who's seen the first 4 episodes, I still think that like I would have been like, no, you know what, ballsy move. Just do 1 episode, if at most 2. But like, there's no reason why they should be dropping the first 3 episodes on Wednesday. Like, what worries me, although I don't think it's gonna be that bad. But like, Darren, imagine if we got to episode 5. Remember me, and that was all binge. Imagine we couldn't sit with that episode for a week. It would have like killed the air off the momentum. Like that was they said it. That was their Emmy episode that they were pushing for nominations, and like. If it was binge, if they would have dropped in conjunction in the group, it won't have that time to breathe. And like, again, I'm not giving anything away, but like the first 3 episodes, episode 2 is my favorite, and I hope that people give that episode the air and space it needs, because there's gonna be a lot of cool stuff to talk about, and it just breaks my heart because, again, that's just themselves shooting themselves in the foot of like, why do you want to lose a week of relevancy and media thrown at you? I think.
I wonder if there's like a carryover, because it ends like end of August, so we do have a decent time with it. Hello, Michael. But yeah, like we do have decent time with it. But like, I wonder if if it's like Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, or like something comes out around that time they're trying to push or whatever. I don't know. But I'm trying to think. I mean, I think we went over all the major things. I feel like Taz is just kind of waiting for us to watch some trailers. I'll say it has. The marketing has been weirdly good. I think it's been a lot better than season 1 was. There's been. I'm gonna show you three trailers today. Like there's been.
Okay.
They've done
three
a really good
ghosts.
job. they've done an extremely good job at marketing. I feel like every other day they've been like posting the episodes on YouTube from season 1 to try and get people excited.
Okay.
Just today they posted like a recap. They posted a clip today. I don't think we're gonna watch a clip. That feels a little bit too spoilerly. Yeah, we're so close. But let's do.
And then this drops Wednesday into Thursday, or just Wednesday?
I think it's
night?
Wednesday morning. I think
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning.
I think so. That's how usually season 1 was, which was still mind-bending to me, but it's whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my only critique with the show. It should be Saturdays. It's a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. That's true. And that's one of the things I think actually My Adventures does right is like, yeah, it drops like Saturday night into Sunday morning, but like still that's kind of a good
weekend for kids to watch.
Yeah, it's a weekend. Yeah, it's a weekend show. Yeah.
I hope I bump into somebody from the X-Men 97 crew at Comic-Con to be like, yo, did nobody think that a Saturday morning cartoon gimmick should come back in the modern age?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. Oh, this trailer.
All right, Taz. This is the first trailer. This is the official trailer. It came out about a month ago. It was very hard not talking about this trailer when it first came out for your sake mainly. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's just let's give this thing a watch. Let me know if you need me to turn it.
It's hard to believe what's not waiting for me. Someone I lost. Someone special.
The X-Men are scattered through time.
Yep.
In the past, from the start of Apocalypse's reign.
Yes.
To the future at the height of his rule.
Great job.
The X-Men. I must strike them at their most vulnerable.
It's Oscar Isaac.
The 1990s.
Hilarious.
Jeez, could have at least bought me a drink first.
Look at that suit.
Yeah.
We gotta get the X-Men back.
Yes, we do.
To the 90s.
Cable.
A battle that cannot be won.
Look at that new Super Storm.
The dawn of an age that cannot.
Was that Colossus?
This isn't just about us. It's about everyone we've lost.
From the beginning of time.
From Deadpool?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Morph, but Deadpool.
Yes.
Right here.
Oh, this looks so good.
Right now.
Archangel?
I believe in the X-Men.
Watch this.
Oh, man. Dude.
We're back, baby.
Oh, that last shot.
Wait, did he have his adamantium claws again? It looked like it.
And that's a straight up homage to the Frank Miller cover from his first miniseries. And it's the hip hop like look. And so, Darren, I want to hear Taz's thoughts on this, and then I have to go because I got to take some stuff, and the World Cup's playing, and I don't want to give away spoilers. But Taz, what do you think of this?
Dude, this season is going to be insane. Like, we had one big kind of overarching story with like a couple small little things last season. Like, it was a really good story, but we've got now the super distant past. We've got the future, and we've got present day all running parallel. And we're going to see what each team of X-Men in their respective times does affects the other. Because it's the stages of Apocalypse, of course, right? As you've got the infancy stage with like Professor X and Magneto in the past. Then you've got present day with everybody who got stuck in present day. I can't remember exactly who's still there.
I think it's just Scott and Jean in the future.
Yeah. And then you've got Scott and Jean in the future and everything like that. And So it's gonna be very interesting again to see what rules of time travel they go with as well, right? Again, is it Back to the Future style? Is it more, alternate universe style with like Avengers, Doomsday, or not Doomsday, like Endgame style? Is it like a butterfly effect sort of thing? Is it Legends of Tomorrow where they can make a mistake and it takes time for time to settle and they can, go and kind of correct this mistake and like create all of these different branching timelines? My brain is already hurting thinking about it. And I hope they go as far in on this as they can, because again, this trailer looks so good. And last season was just, again, just intense all the way through, and they were not afraid to be very comic booky. The moment where we brought in, like, said that our Jean was Madeline Pryor, and we had all this, clones and stuff like that, I was like, okay, all bets are off here. We can do whatever we want. And taking that into season 2, I'm very excited. And I think this might be the best version of Apocalypse that we've seen without even really knowing anything about this version of the character. It just seems tenfold, a million times better. And I think this is going to make everybody realize also, too, once again, how bad X-Men Apocalypse was, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't take this for people to know how bad X-Men Apocalypse.
No, but it's going to reinforce that, sadly. It's going to X-force that. Haha.
Well, Ronan, I want you to be able to watch your amazing football games. Anything that you have to shout out before you go?
Yeah, man. First of all, that was great hanging out with you guys. It's been a while since I've joined the show. But yeah, every Wednesday I'll be dropping my reactions to the show, and every Thursday I'll be doing a live stream covering said spoilers. So if you boys are free or interested, you're mi casa su casa.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. And then there's other stuff I can't tell you about. Yeah.
If you tell us, you got to kill us.
I know. And then a month, I'm going to Comic-Con. So if you're a geek and want to know stuff, I'll be doing coverage almost daily for San Diego Comic-Con when I go there. So, but yeah, man, I am pumped for y'all to absorb what I've absorbed. Darren, it's your show. It's your call. I would, quite frankly, recommend you just leave it at this for Taz, because there's the other TV spots and stuff they've been showing alludes to more stuff. And trust me, even rewatching it now, I'm like, these guys are crazy for showing some of these shots and alluding to what I already know now. I'm like, these guys are crazy and wild for doing this. But muchachos,
okay, I don't want to know anything else. Then we'll leave it at that.
Muchachos, enjoy yourselves. Great talking to you guys. And
great talking to you, man.
Take care, boys.
See ya, buddy.
See ya.
Alrighty, but yeah, so, no, it's such a good trailer. This trailer is so good. Polaris seems to be a much bigger part of this season.
We did. I do remember this. I actually vividly remember the Apocalypse episode, which is why it's interesting that they're bringing all of this back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited.
She wasn't in very much of the original. I think she was only in maybe 1 or 2 episodes, perhaps. But no, great stuff. Great trailers. I'm really scared why she's like crying her eyes out here. Which, like, I think like any other show, I'd be like, it'll be fine. But I don't know, this show.
In this show, who knows?
Like, why? Like, girl, why are you crying? Why are you?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Jubilee's forced to watch another episode with what's his name? Is it Mojo?
Yeah. Oh my god. There's a Mojo episode in here, I swear to God. Savage Land stuff seemingly in the season. You call it. I think it's around here. Morph turns into Wolverine. I'm sorry, Deadpool here. Which it is really interesting because they said in season 1 they were allowed to use any character except for Deadpool in season 1. He was the one off limit.
Huh. So they lifted that limit here for season 2?
I'm wondering,
or the fact that Morph is just turning into Deadpool and they're not actually using Deadpool. I'm assuming that Deadpool won't talk.
even then, I think they just couldn't use him for more. I don't think they could use him at all in season 1, which I'm wondering if it was because of Deadpool and Wolverine, because this came out the same year as Deadpool and Wolverine. Both were in 2023.
Oh, did it? Okay.
So, but still, that's still stupid logic to me. Like Wolverine's in the season. I it's kind of dumb logic to me, but
yeah,
still cool to see him. Always cool to get these cameos and stuff. This whole lineup
these suits
here
are pretty cool too.
New suits for most of our characters. I wonder where they get them.
Oh, also, is that that's Psylocke in the lineup right there?
Yeah.
Behind Jubilee.
Yep. Absolutely. Here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna show you the other trailers, I don't think.
Okay.
There's some spoilery trailers. We're gonna watch a roll call. So there was a 1-minute thing they put out 2 weeks ago that was just kind of showing you all the characters that were going to be in the season, all like the major roles. There's some new footage in here, but it's not as bad as like the clips and some of the stuff they put out over the last couple of days.
Okay.
So yeah, this is roll call. Can we let me
Also, why does Wolverine have green goo on his claws?
Does he?
What did he kill?
Go back.
Yeah, see, he's got green blood. Is that like robot blood or something?
What's the funniest answer? He killed the Hulk. That's it. Hulk is dead. Hulk killed him.
No, he slashed through some Nickelodeon slime.
Alrighty. We'll watch this. We'll look at those titles, and then we'll go through chat and answer any questions people have.
Yeah.
We're back, baby. We are the X-Men.
Together, we're unstoppable. Plenty of tricks up my sleeve.
Mark Forge.
Oh dear.
Look at that suit.
Yeah, Nightcrawler more. It was Shredder in there.
We are the dawn that breaks his night.
Yeah, that is a cool storm suit. I like that.
Soldiers.
Yeah. Are they kind of making an X-Force here? Polaris is great. Magneto. Oh, Magneto looks older.
Together.
Like,
he has a beard
much
now.
older, yeah.
Apocalypse.
But he's got the
Will be all that is left.
He's got like the Ian McKellen look to him this season. Like with kind of like the longer, more flowy, like red cloak. And the beard is kind of giving him, again, like old Magneto vibes.
Yeah, I think, let me look it up for sure. But yeah, I think they've confirmed X-Force is in this season. I think they've kind of established, with the X-Men's absence, we will see some other teams in present day kind of rise up in their place, sort of thing.
Good.
Let me see. If I just type in X-Force onto
I'm also very interested to see, where is Polaris from? Is she from present day? Is she from the future? Who knows?
Let me see.
And also, hold on. Because obviously, Magneto, but like, in the comics, her mother's just like a random person. But like for the show, who knows?
I mean, typically she's Magneto's daughter. Typically,
yes, that's what I'm saying. Obviously Magneto's daughter, but like the mother's kind of like a random.
Oh, mother. Yeah,
yes,
I see what you mean. Yes,
like a random person. However, if they allow the time travel and stuff like that, what if it's like Magneto and Rogue's kid or something? That would be crazy, I guess. But I don't know if they'd change.
I wouldn't
that
want
much.
They
don't. It doesn't seem like they're in the habit of changing things that much.
That, and also I don't want them to commit to Rogue and Magneto long term. Like I
Yeah.
liked what we did with it, but if it was like, oh, they're actually fully doing it, I would not be a huge fan of that.
Yeah.
Okay, if people want us to talk about these titles, so we'll talk about some titles.
Yeah.
3
That'll
people
be as
sent them to
spoilers we
me.
can get.
Yes.
I think I feel like I saved them. Maybe I can't remember.
Yeah, I have them. About 3 people sent them to me in Discord. So
Okay.
thank you to everyone who sent it over. It's very nice.
Thank you, Discord.
And then I want to read a bunch of you guys' comments because I see everyone commenting. I really appreciate all of the support tonight. Appreciate all of you. Okay, here we go. So yeah, 9 episodes this season, which, you know, obviously is a little disappointing. I would obviously love the normal 10, but you know,
Well,
what?
that
9
means
is
no
still a
Mojo. That
run.
means no Mojo episode.
Sure, and you know what? Actually, kind of does
filler.
even out. Yeah.
You know, no filler episode this season, so that's fine. I'm okay
Sure.
with that.
So yeah, it starts with Days of Past Future.
So that's our Days of Future Past reference. Cool.
Which, you know, we had episodes in the original show called like Days of Future Past. They did that storyline quite a bit.
Yeah.
A force to be reckoned with.
Okay, so X-Force, I'm guessing.
Rise of Apocalypse Part 1.
one
So we
and two.
end we end Wednesday with a Part 1. So
Okay, so we
I'm
get a
assuming-
cliffhanger at the end.
I'm assuming something crazy happens at the end of episode 3. Yeah, then
Mhm.
Rise of Apocalypse Part 2.
But I'm interested though to see, because didn't Ronan say episode 2 was his favorite of the bunch?
He said 2 was his favorite.
So that's interesting that it's not a parted episode, or I guess not a part 1, part 2 episode. So interesting.
Episode 5 is Weapon X Lies in DVDs. Wolverine episode, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe that's how he gets his adamantium back or something.
Danger X, which
Danger.exe.
Yes, okay. We did see Danger inside the trailer for like that first trailer we watched. Do you know Danger at all? As a character?
To me, I'm thinking this is like the Danger Room, because a .exe is a program. So that kind of, to me, ties back into the Danger Room, or I know we kind of joked about it, but even like Mojo and like games and stuff like that. Like that's a .exe is an executable file.
I know a little bit about Danger, the character, but I'm gonna stay quiet because I feel like the show wants to tell that story.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Leave
Strange
that
Land,
there.
Savage Heart, clearly a Savage Land episode, which
Yeah.
interesting to do a Savage Land episode as 3, like right before the finale, like in the final 3 episodes of the season. So no, like last season we did part 1, part 2, part 3. We're not doing that this year, I guess. Dead Man's Hand. Dead Man's Hand.
Gambit.
Remember it?
Yeah.
We'll see.
I do.
Remember it. I don't know. And then we end the season with Survival of the Fittest. Well,
doesn't really. I think these later titles, they're good because they don't give away a lot. You know, as I think that those first few, you can kind of deduce what they're talking about. Obviously, Days of Past Future, their take on Days of Future Past. Where is everybody? What's going on? What's going on in the past? What's going on in the future? That sort of thing. Force to be reckoned with, most likely talking about the present. That's like the X-Force establishment and everything like that. 3 and 4, your Apocalypse stuff. Episode 5, a Wolverine-centric episode. Episode 6, your Danger-centric episode. Again, you know about that character. I don't. And then again, these last 3 are a little bit more vague, except for Dead Man's Hand, which seems to be an obvious reference to Gambit. But yeah, I'm very excited to see where this season goes, because again, obviously I just finished season 1, so I get to jump right into things. I am so sorry that everybody else had to wait 2 years for this to come out. But I'm very happy that the wait is almost over. And yeah, I'm excited, and I can't wait to talk about these next week. I think. Do we have anything else to talk about next week, or outside of My Adventures?
My Adventures. Yeah, that's kind of it for the. I mean, what else is there for the next summer? I think summer's kind of. I mean, August. I mean, I think July it is kind of just My Adventures, and
I mean we could knock out My Adventures and news in the first 30 to 45 minutes next week, and then talk about X-Men for an hour and a half.
It's gonna be most we'll have 3 episodes to talk about. So we'll have. All right, let me just you know what, we'll kind of end this by going through a bunch of these comments here.
Yeah.
I'm sure the title of episode 7 is definitely Savage Land. Weapon X and DVDs getting the Adamantium app. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you talked about Avatar season 2? No, and I'm probably not covering it on here because I'm the only one that will have seen it. Although I haven't even finished the first episode yet, so maybe I'll make a separate video about it if I feel inclined enough to talk about it. Could Deadpool be in season 3? Possibly.
Perhaps.
I don't need Deadpool though. I like Deadpool, but I don't need him to show up in the if he does, he does. But all of these episodes, comic titles / or episode titles from the 92 show. Rise of Apocalypse is an Apocalypse Origin mini 92 episode with yes, all referencing stuff previously. Danger is a very angry character. That's all I'll say. Yeah, I know the concept of Danger as the character. I don't know really much about her outside of that. Season 1 titles on VHS, season 2 on DVDs. Ooh, that's a good point.
That's a good pickup. I like that.
I agree. Taz has to watch X-Men 92 now so we can learn some
I've seen bits and pieces of it. That was one of those things, again, as a kid I would watch episodes when they were on, but I never sat down and watched it all the way through. So that might be something that I have to do now after season 2's over. Go back and watch everything. And then I did watch that finale episode before going into 97. So
I'll guess Polaris is present day. That would also be my guess.
That'd be a good guess, yeah.
Are you guys doing episode reactions in this channel? It'd be fun. I don't have that plan currently, but we'll be talking about it every week, and I'll most likely be on at least some of Ronan's streams as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, if there's, I'd be down. If there's enough, want for it, maybe we do something for the finale.
Maybe.
Maybe
I'm
do
that kind of stuff.
Does anybody do watch parties in our space? Kind of sync up the timer. Hey, the episode dropped. Now we're gonna all get on at the same time and watch it, and we can all kind of live chat about it.
Doesn't happen a lot, but we've done stuff previously of that nature.
Okay, so maybe if people are, if you guys are interested, maybe Darren and I can set something up like that towards the finale.
Maybe finale week. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see. Emma Frost is voiced by someone. Oh, okay. Emma Frost. We're getting new Emma Frost. But yeah, she was also in that trailer. Very exciting. Speaking of Mojo, today is David Jr.'s birthday. He's voiced Mojo, Gladiator, Leech. Oh, well, hell yeah. Happy birthday. Trying to see him through if I'm not just entering every.
Yeah, you're good.
It could be a back and forth thing showing all 3 time periods with Bishop for. Yeah, that's how I kind of assumed it would be. Unless that would actually kind of justify the 3-episode drop for me if it's episode 1 is in the past, episode 2 is in the present, episode 3 is in the future kind of thing. That actually would kind of be sick if that's what they were doing. But
hold on. Let me pull up these titles again. That actually might make sense. Hold up, you might be onto something.
Days of Past Future.
Days of Past Future.
So if that's future.
That is the future episode, yeah. First episode is the future episode. A Force to be Reckoned With, which means it's the present day episode. And then Rise of Apocalypse, part 1 and 2 are the past.
That could be past.
That's... I like that.
That's a good theory.
I like that. Who's Serenity?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. I like that theory. We're gonna hold you to that one. I think you might be onto that one.
Are we likely to see Gambit as a horseman? I think it's pretty likely. Someone else said it in here, but
the odds are in your favor.
Who else do you think might be a horseman? Because there's typically what, 4? Typically.
Yeah, I would say Archangel.
Well, Archangel's basically confirmed at this point,
Yeah.
right? Due to him being Archangel.
I mean, what are we gonna just go off the the X-Men Apocalypse movie? We could get Psylocke.
Mm-hmm.
So like new I guess that'd be a lot of new characters.
We know Colossus is in the season. He's like there's that shot in the trailer, like he's like crying. So maybe.
Yeah. Any like OG X-Men you think, or like core X-Men characters that would be a horseman? Oh, maybe Sunspot.
Could be Sunspot. I could see that.
Maybe that's why Jubilee's crying her eyes out.
Ooh, I can see that.
Somebody that's like a little bit more closely tied to the team. That would be pretty cool.
Who do you think is the first X-Men villain in the MCU? Magneto. I think Magneto.
Jean Grey.
Or just like the government. No, don't do Jean Grey. You madman. We can't do that again. Not this early. But yeah, it could also just be the government. Could be like,
the man.
Yeah, like we have a Gyrick or one of those guys could be the villain too if they want.
Yeah. Peter Dinklage again.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Give me 90 Spider-Man back. I want to see how he found MJ. You can't tease X-Men and not. I do need to actually watch the 90s Spider-Man. I started it.
But you've not seen the 90s series?
We started it after the show because I love the show so much, and I ended up dropping it. And like my reasoning was like, okay, it's gonna come back someday, so I'll watch it right before the show comes back or whatever. But
I rewatched it like maybe 5 or 6 years ago now at this point, so it's been a while. I remember watching it. You guys remember back in the day before we had Disney Plus and all of these great streaming services, and sometimes you had to sail the 7 seas to watch these cartoons. That's where I rewatched this. 90s X-Men back in the day.
I would have loved. I want to go through it, especially we're getting Brand New Day this year, which is like a Man Spider episode with Punisher in it. Like it feels like a good year to do it.
Shocker!
I did see that. I have seen that one. That one's good. Will Gambit return? Maybe.
Gambit will return in Avengers Doomsday.
Rogue will be an interesting choice for a horseman. It would be different as she never was one in the comics, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Let me bring up one photo before we wrap up. One, I guess, kind of going backwards to the finale itself. But there's a shot of the trailer that we dissected quite a bit back when the episode first aired. But we get this board at the end of episode 1, where Forge is trying to put together a potential new team of mutants in the absence. So we kind of get a good look at some of these other characters. We get Iceman right there. He's MIA.
Yeah.
I really want Iceman back. Iceman did 1 episode of the original show.
Interesting.
And it was kind of he showed him he had left the team, but he'd come back. I really like Iceman. I think Iceman's really cool. Havoc is, he may or may not have been in the trailer we just watched. So we know he's in the trailer. Colossus is in the season. Scarlet Witch being off-world is interesting to me.
Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver both being off-world.
Which, no confirmation if they're in this season or not. I would like them to, with the story they're telling.
Magneto's other children.
Yeah, they're also in only 1 episode of the original show. And I think with the arc we've given Magneto of turning over a good leaf, because kind of in that show with those 2 characters being we don't want anything to do with you. You're this horrible person. We don't want to associate ourselves with you. So
yeah,
I would love whatever of just oh, you're good now. Can we trust you that? Or I would love to. Cool.
I would love to see actually all of Magneto's kids interacting. That would be
awesome.
That'd be fun.
Be very fun. Shadowcat, Kitty Pryde, obviously.
Yeah.
Which I don't think we've ever seen Kitty Pryde in this continuity.
No.
At least in present day, like actually on screen and stuff. So again, I also don't know if she's in the season, but I would love if she could make some sort of appearance before the show's end. I'm trying to.
Who is Dust?
I don't know.
Dust and Exodus, I don't recognize.
Mm-mm. I'm not. I as much as I wish I was. I'm not an X-Men
Yeah.
expert, and I wish I was.
You're not an expert.
Yes. All right, let's go through these final bits of comments here.
Yeah.
Lots of anime is coming if you are into such things. Plus, Legally Blonde. Yes, Legally Blonde is coming out here soon. I'll probably watch that, but I have my concerns. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. For what I can find, episodes drop 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, no, I'll be waking up bright and early. That was my favorite thing.
gosh.
Like I don't really eat cereal anymore as like an adult over these last couple of years, obviously. But like through the run of that show, I would like get up early, grab a bowl of cereal like it was Saturday morning cartoon.
I guess we're not doing a watch party now. I thought these were like 9 p.m. drops.
No,
3 a.m. drop.
Early, yeah, they're
Yeah.
Not that you have to watch them at 3. I don't watch them at 3 p.m. I
obviously
wake up at like 9, 10 and be like, all right, Mom, let's watch it. So
Yeah, I'll watch it like at halfway through the day during my cardio session. These are good like cardio episodes because it's like a 20-minute episode. I just watch it while I'm walking on the Stairmaster. It's pretty easy.
Magic as a horseman? Yeah, I think Magic is
That'd be
also
cool.
in the season. Like, I think
interesting.
I think she's in that scene with Colossus. So
Okay.
which by the way, actually, can I pull? I don't know if I still have it. There's a shot of her in that trailer, and it's literally just Anya Taylor-Joy's face.
Wait, really?
Like her. Yeah. Let me. Do I have the trailer? Hold on. I'll pull it back up really quickly because it's really
you're
funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I actually still have never seen New Mutants.
Really? Okay.
Is that blasphemous to say?
No, of course not. It came out like during COVID or like around COVID. It didn't get great review. I kind of think it's a guilty pleasure of mine. I kind of like New Mutants. I think it's really fun, but I'm not gonna say you're like wrong for having not seen New Mutants.
I'm a fake fan. I'm an X-Men LARPer. Sorry.
That was the last proper too. It was like the last of the Fox era until
it was
Wolverine. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Is this it? Is this the shot? Yeah,
I remember seeing X-Men Dark Phoenix in theaters back when that came out. What was that, 2019?
Yeah, this shot right here. That's just Anya Taylor-Joy.
Oh, yeah, it is. Huh.
Which, honestly...
Is she supposed to be dead?
That's the implication, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then, hold on. Can I find the shot with Colossus again? I don't know what time.
Oh yeah, I think that was a little more mid-trailer, maybe.
Let's see. Colossus, come out, buddy. Where are you? I don't know.
Also, it's interesting that Jean created telekinetic Wolverine claws.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is magic here. So.
Yeah.
I guess spoilers. So yeah, I guess that makes sense then if she is an if she is a horseman.
Is a horseman, yeah.
And then maybe he joins up with our crew to like, all right, we gotta save her or something. I don't know. If he can get his hands on them, Polaris, Wolverine, and Gambit, where all the horsemen once at different times would hit hard if all the horsemen were X-Men this season. Wolverine would be a choice. That'd be interesting. I don't know how they would do that.
Ooh, what if that's what we're? Ooh, maybe. What if that's the trade to get his? What if that's the trade to get his adamantium back though?
He dies. He dies trying to get it back or whatever.
No, I think that's the deal. I think he takes a deal with Apocalypse or something.
Would he do that though?
I don't know. Maybe not willingly. Maybe not willingly, but he, maybe accidentally does or something.
Yeah. I could see that. I don't know. Government, aka Trask. Yeah, I could see all that for sure. Get back here, Shocker, Shadowcat, Exodus would be interesting. Iceman's one episode had X Factor in it, including. Oh, okay, so yeah, I can see that. Not familiar with Dust at all. Dust is comic only. She is really cool. Part of the new X-Men comic. She can turn into sand and become a sandstorm.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
The only X-Men that could defeat Darth Vader.
I understand that reference. I know we're getting MCU Scorpion a brand new day, but your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man games. Yeah, I love.
That was good. That just unlocked a core memory from last year.
He was sick. When he stabbed through Peter's chest. He almost. Oh my god, he was sick.
He was very cool.
I'm excited for that to be back. Wolverine has to be a horseman in the comics. Okay, all right. Again, I'm down if it makes sense. From the comics, Gambit is death, Wolverine is war, and Polaris is. I could see Polaris too. I think I'm pretty sold on my Magic, Polaris, Gambit, and then fill in your fourth option as you will.
Yeah.
But
poor Darth Vader.
Yes. Well.
Poor little Annie.
Do you have any final thoughts on this or anything else that we've talked about today, Taz?
No, man. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think I've theorized enough. I'm ready for this season to come out. I'm excited for it. I can't wait. Again, I'm very glad that we did what we did leading up to it.
Yes.
So I'm very grateful for you for, putting together the schedule for me and keeping me on track, keeping me honest, making sure I didn't go, I didn't read too far ahead or anything like that. So thank you. It's it all worked well. I think I enjoyed my time with it, and it's making me very excited for this season. I can't wait to talk about it. Can't wait to talk about it live with everybody. And I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm super hyped that it's I think I was so distracted by your journey through and being able to rewatch it. It's now I'm oh, it comes out in 2 days. Holy shit. We're here.
Yeah, you kind of gave yourself something to kind of tide you over a little bit. So as much as it was for me, it was getting you back into the X-Men mode too, I feel like.
Oh yeah, it was I wanted to cover it again, probably more than you, because I was just so excited to have the weekly discussion.
You're just it's time. It's coming back.
It's here. You got anything that you're working on, Tad?